Hello everyone, welcome to our class of Blender for learning 3D modeling, animation, rendering, and visual effects. This is a beginner level class, so if you're planning to learn how to use Blender, then you are in the right place, because in this class, we will cover everything to get you started with Blender. Let's take a look what you will learn from this class. 1 is basic navigation and adjustments. 2 is interface, workspace, and default startup. 3 is going to be creating 3D models, part 1, and 4, 3D modeling, part 2. 5, we're going to show you about the environment models, and 6, making fences and working with bevels. 7 is going to be making clouds, and 8 is how to model trees. After completing this class, you'll be able to create 3D models for various purposes like films, games, and design. Animate models for lifelike movement in animations, games, and visualizations. Render high-quality images and animations of 3D scenes. Produce visual effects such as particle systems, dynamic, simulation, and compositing. Develop games by creating assets like models, textures, and animation. Create motion graphics for little sequences, logos, and promotional videos, and simulate real-world phenomena. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you have learned, you will be able to participate in class project so you can practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you. So let's start learning Blender for 3D modeling, animation, rendering, and visual effects together. So as you can see on my screen that I have already opened up Blender. Now this is Blender 4.0. I would suggest you try using the newest version of Blender every time you are using it because it will allow you to use the newest tool every time you open it up. Okay? So what you're going to do is that you're going to see this box. You don't have to do anything over here. Whenever you click outside of that box or that pop-up window, you'll basically see that it will be removed. Now there are a couple of things which I'm going to show you in this lesson. It's going to be adding an object, removing objects, navigation, and also 3 different basic things, okay, which is going to be scaling, moving, and also rotation. Now, make sure not to skip any parts. Now, another thing is that I have a couple of suggestions for you, is that if you have a keyboard which has like numpads on it, it will be easier for you to toggle through it, okay? It will be easier for you to make your work a lot more easier in Blender because it will just allow you to change your perspective of your model, okay? Well, I'm going to show it to you. Even if you do not have your numpad on your keyboard, it's totally fine because I'm also using 2 keyboards most of the time, but I don't have, which I have the external one, I don't have a numpad on it. But as I'm using a laptop, you can also try using it, but you can see that some laptops do not have the numpad, but it's also totally fine. I'm also going to be showing it to you how you will be able to use the numbers or, get this advantage even if you don't have a numpad on your keyboard. Okay, so let's start off with the first thing. This is going to be the interface of Blender. Now you can see that there are a lot of things which is going on around here. Okay, you don't have to think about anything. Just follow up the couple of steps which I do. Make sure not to skip any parts and you will be good to go. Okay, so first thing what you're going to do is going to be fixing up your workspace. Now, if you want to fix up your workspace, first thing you're going to do is that you're going to go off to edits and click on preferences. Now, this plays a very vital role. So I'm going to click on interface. And now here you can see we have this resolution scale. I can see this is going to be, I feel like, this is quite small in my preference. So if I want to make all of these UI interfaces a bit bigger, you have this option over here, slider. I'm going to just increase it just a bit and all of them will get a bit bigger. So I keep it somewhere around 2.7, which like really helps me, okay, which helps me to see all of the things very easily, and it gets a lot bigger, okay? But it's going to depend on your own personal preferences. You can also customize your line width if you want. So let's say I want thin ones. You can also keep the default ones. You can also keep the thick ones. You can see that there's thick now, which you'll be able to distinguish them easier. But I'm going to do is just keep them thin or keep it on default, which is obviously the thin one. Then we also have the splash screen. You can also turn it on and off. And then we have is the developer extras. Well, you don't want to go through developer extras. You want to stay on the basics. So make sure not to turn it on. Use the user tooltip. Make sure not to turn on the Python tooltip, because obviously if you want to add Python coding, then you're going to turn it on. But if you don't want to, make sure to uncheck it. And on default, it will be unchecked most of the times. And the rest of the ones, keep it to be the same. If you want to change up your language, you have this option over here. From here, you will be able to change up to whichever language you want to use. Okay. So it's also up to you, whichever one you want to use. So basically, we are done with our preferences. Now, I'm going to show you a couple more things which you have to keep in mind. On the screen now, you can see that we have a cube. This is basically the camera from which you will be able to see after the end result. So this is the camera which you'll be able to get the end result from. And this is the light. And you can also see 3 of these over here on the scene collection. We have the camera, we have the cube, which is this one, and then we have the light. So 3 of them composed up to be an animation or a sculpture. Okay. Now what I'm going to show you is going to be the navigation in Blender. Now there are different kind of methods of how you'll be able to navigate in Blender. Now if you have used Blender a while ago, or if you have idea about Blender, if you use the older version of Blender, you already know that there are 2 methods of selection and navigation in Blender. On Blender 2.0 and below, it used to be the right click on the keyboard, not on the keyboard, on the mouse. But now it's basically the left click. You can see it over here. I can select each and every one of them just by using my left click on the mouse. But what does the right click do? Now, if you press on the right click, you will be able to see the object settings or the object preferences. Okay. So it's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Then we also have the buttons, which we can use are the scroll key on your mouse and also the scroll button. Now, if you use the scroll key, you'll be able to zoom in and out when you scroll up and down. Then if you hold onto your scroll key and toggle, you'll be able to move it in different angles. Okay, so this is how simple it is. Now you can see something is in the middle, which is this one. This is the 3D cursor or the 3D point. Well, I'm also going to be showing it to you how it basically works up. I'm going to show every of the basic ones. You can see we have the camera. So when we have our end results, we'll be able to see it from this specific angle or from this specific camera. Okay. Now, let's show you that how a number pad on your keyboard will help you to make your work a lot more easier. To do that, first thing what you have to do is that if you already have a number pad, I already have a number pad already. If I press on 1, you can see now it is changing the camera angle. So when you press on 1, this is the front view. If I press on 3, it will give me the back view or the right view. If I press on 7, it will give me the top view. And you can also use the other numbers. Let's say I want to use 8. You can see I can also put 9 in different angles. I can put 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So it just basically helps you to change angles in your software, or let's say in your workspace. Now, what if you want to check out how it looks like from the camera view? So press on 0 on your keyboard and it will take you to the camera. And now you can see we are viewing it from the camera angle. If you press on 0 again, it will just get out or swatch it back up from the camera angle back again. Okay. So this is how it will look like in this box. Okay. So even if you export it this is the view which you will get. Okay. Then we have is the period on your number pad. Press on that. You'll be able to toggle through that. Press on the selected subjects, and then you'll be able to zoom out. I'm going to press on one now. I'm going to zoom it out. There we go. So basically now you know how you'll be able to, let's say, change up the angles. But if you don't have a number pad, you don't have to worry about it. Go off to edit and then go off to preferences. On the preferences, you will find out input. On this input, use this emulate number pad. Click on that and now close it off or shift it to another, side, as I have shifted it to another monitor over here. Now, what I'm going to do over here is that you can now use the numbers on the top of your keyboard. Let's say I want 1, 3, 9, 7. Okay, now you can see I am basically using the numbers on the top of my keyboard. Okay, not my number pad. So this is how simple it is. Okay, so now you know how it works. There we go. So basically we have it. Now let's move on to edits and go off to preferences again. If you want to change up the way your mouse works, click on key map and there we go. Now you can see that we have this option of select with mouse button. Do you want left or do you want right? If you've used the older version of Blender, it was on the right mouse key. But now it's basically an object preference, or you can also move your 3D cursor. Okay, now the 3D cursor is helpful in a lot of ways, which I'm going to show you step by step. Then we have is the spacebar action, then we have is the active gizmo, tool key, and all of them. So let me just show you. If you want to use the right click, you can also do that. You can also select it with your right mouse key. Now you can see when I press on my left, it is now working, or it is now holding onto this 3D cursor. You press on Ctrl Z just the way it works. And just keep it in the center. Now what I'm going to do over here is going to be changing it back into my left key so that it is a lot more easier. But now, if I press on the right, you can see that we only get the object preferences. But how do we move this 3D cursor? Press on Shift on your keyboard, and then you will be able to use your right mouse click, and then you'll be able to move it wherever you want. Okay? And when you hold on to it, you'll be able to see that there are a lot of keys, which you can see at the bottom of the screen. Snap base, snap invert, snap toggle, rotate, resize, and all of them. So I'm going to keep it in the center. Okay? So even though it's not in the center, and now I'm going to show you about moving the object. Now, if you want to move any of your object, first thing what you have to do is select up that object and press on G. Now, how are you going to keep that in mind? So G is for grab. Now, you don't have to do anything like click on your left mouse key or anything. Just take it or move it wherever you want. You can see this is how it works. Okay? So press on G again, or press on the right click again, and it will get back to where it was. If you press on G again, and then what you're going to do is going to be, if you want to move it on a specific axis, such as the Z axis, X axis, or the Y axis. You can see Z is at the top, Y is the left, which is green, and red is X. So if I press on Z, I will be able to move it specifically on the vertical angle. Okay? You can see I can take it top and the bottom. If I press it on X, I'll be able to move it on the X axis. If I press it on the Y, I'll be able to move it on the Y axis. So you can see how simple it is. And if I press on my scroll key button, I'll be able to move it in all angles I want. I just have to drag it. I can see this is on my X axis. I can also change it directly onto my Z axis just by taking it or pulling it upwards. And if I take it on the left side, or this line, green line, by holding onto my mouse key or the scroll mouse key, you can see now it is swatching up are switching every time I take it on that specific axis. I'm going to press on my right click button again, and it will swatch it up or get back to where it was. Okay. So now you can see how easy it is to move. And if you just press on G, you'll be able to move it wherever you want. There we go. Now you can not only do it on this specific box, you can also move your camera. If I click on this, press on G, I'll be able to move the camera wherever I want. I can also change it on the Z-axis, the X-axis, and also the Y-axis. And I can also apply the same effect by pressing onto my scroll key and moving it on each and every angle I want. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to work with it. So I'm going to keep it over here. There we go. I'm going to press on O, and this is how it looks like. So I'm going to do is just press on this one, press on G. I'm going to keep it over here. Press on O again, and there we go. Looks quite better. O again. There we go. We can see the whole thing now. And I can also do the same thing with the lamp. So I'm going to do is just zoom out a bit. Now I'm going to do is keep it over here. There we go. Now what I'm going to do is that change the angle of the light. So I'm going to click on that, press on G, and there we go. You can move it wherever you want. Do the same thing with the Z-axis, X-axis, and also the Y-axis. Okay? So do it or keep it wherever you want. And press on your left mouse key after you are done so that it will take up the effect. So we are basically done with our grab. Now let's learn a bit about how we can rotate up the object. If you want to rotate up the object, it's also very simple. Select up the subject or the object on your workspace, press on R. Now you'll be able to change it wherever you want. But you can see it is now only rotating in a specific angle. You can see this is how it works. I can also do the same thing by pressing on Y, Z, and also my X. You can do the same thing by pressing on your scroll key and moving it wherever you want. And there is a specific method to it, which I'm going to show you in this part, is that if you press on R 2 times, you'll basically see it will turn out to be like this, or your cursor will turn out to be like both arrows. Now what will happen is that it will turn into a tracking ball. You can move it however you want. Okay? So this is how simple it is, and it just makes it a lot more easier. But I prefer using my Z and Y axis and, X axis. It just makes my work a lot more easier because it is snapped up to only a specific angle. Okay? So you can try using them if you want to, but if you don't want to, you can also use the trackball. It's basically up to you. And I only use the trackball when I'm using like different type of elements, maybe a circle and all. It just helps me very easily to manage it up. But if I have like a square or a rectangle or a triangle or cylindrical shape, I don't basically use the tracking ball effect. Okay? So this is how you'll be able to rotate it. You can do the same thing on the camera. You can rotate it wherever you want. You can also do it, double click on R, and you'll be able to rotate it like a tracking ball. You'll be able to press on that again and fix it up. Z-axis, Y-axis, X-axis. It depends on how you actually manage it up according to you. It works the same way in case of the lights. R, you can move it. You can also rotate it. But now as it is a circle, you will not be able to see it. Okay? Then, as we're done with rotation, let's show you about selection. After selection, I'm going to show you about scaling up your object. So first things first is that if you want to select in Blender, you can use your left mouse key just like this. Click, click, click. But you can select all of them up just by using this option, which is kind of like the same way for other softwares too. You can also select by using Shift and pressing on them. There we go. This is how easy it is. I'm going to show you a couple more navigations too, but just make sure to follow these up. Okay? So this is how you'll be able to select up certain objects, and you can also select it from this collection over here. It will also allow you to customize it whenever you select it from the scene collection. Okay? So now what I'm going to be showing you is going to be a couple of shortcut keys. First thing is that if you want to move on or navigate, your scroll key is a very vital, let's say, tool. So if I press on Shift, I'll be able to pan it on whichever angle I want. I'm holding on to Shift right now. Okay? But if I press on Control, I'll be able to zoom in and out just by pressing on my scroll key. I'm not using my scroll key to roll up and down, but instead I'm just using my scroll key as a button, and then I'm just zooming in and out. Okay? So Control and the scroll key button is going to be the zoom, and Shift and scroll key button is for pan. Okay, you can pan it up on whichever angle you want. And if you let go of everything, you'll be able to see it in different angles. And you can also scroll wheel to zoom in and out. Just the way you can control and then scroll. Okay? It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Make sure your work is a lot more easier in that way. Then we have, which I'm going to show you, is going to be the scaling option. If you want to scale up your object, first off, select up the object over here and then press on S. When you press on S on your keyboard, you will basically see that it will be something like this. When you scale it, this is how it will increase. You can also increase it on the Z axis. You can increase it on the X axis. You can also increase it on the Y axis. Depends up to you whichever axis you want to. But if you don't want to select up any axis, just make sure to, press on S and then increase it. It will increase on all axes at the same time. So this is how easy and this is how simple it is to work with this option. You can also do the same thing with the camera, S, increase. You can also double press on S. You can press on Y. You can press on X. You can also press on Z. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. There we go. We have our very large camera right now. So I'm going to do is just press on G. I'm going to move it up a bit back. Let's zoom out. Press on G. There we go. If I now shift to the camera, what I'm going to do is just take this one over here, G. There we go. If I go off to the camera right now, there we go. We have our element. I'm going to take this one over here too. There we go. I'm going to zoom out. Here we have our light. I'm going to do is just press on G. Press on 0, and there we go. Now what I'm going to be showing you is going to be how you can remove and add your elements in Blender, which is also very simple. Now another thing which I'm going to show you over here is that's about selection, okay? Again, now if you want to select all of them up at the same time, including the camera, this lamp, and also the shape, you can use this, right? But if you double press on A, you can see it will be selected. If you double press, it will be deselected. Press A to select once, double press to deselect. You can also change it to one select each and every time. To do that, go off the edits, go off the preferences, and on here, you'll basically see that Alt-click tool prompt. Click on that, and then close it off. And now if I press A once, select it, A again to deselect it. That is how easily it works. Okay? If I press on A and A again to remove it. So you can turn it on and off however you want, but you can also change it whenever you want to. So I prefer using double click. It's just, I just got used to it. But if you want to change it to single click, you can also do that. So let's remove them however we want. So let's say when you select on any elements, you can just press on delete or backspace. But I prefer another method, so I could click on this option and I press on X. Now, when I press on X, the advantage of using X is that it's just closer to my hands, okay? And it just allows me to like check if I actually want to delete it, okay? So you can also see if you want to delete it accidentally or not. So if I press on delete again, and there we go, it is deleted. I can also delete it, press on X, X again, and we'll delete all the things up. Now we have this option over here. I'm going to press and shift and I'm going to change it over here, okay? Which is at the center. Now I'm going to add up the elements. If you want to add up your elements back again onto your workspace, it is very simple. You can press on add option over here, click, and you can also apply it. But I most of the time try using a shortcut key, which will actually make your work a lot more easier when you keep working on and save up a lot of time. So press on Shift and A on your keyboard and it will open up on your workspace. From here, you'll be able to apply whatever you want. From here, I'm going to click on Mesh. And now, let's say I want an icosphere. Press on that, and there we go. It is right over there. If you want to increase it, press on S and increase the size. There we go. Now, I'm going to do is change this, 3D cursor over here. Now, if I press on Shift A over here, and I want to apply plane, you can see now it is over here now. Why? Because wherever your 3D cursor is, that is where your elements will be applied. You can also press on Ctrl Z to undo the effect or undo what you did. Let's say I'm going to press on Shift A, and now I want to click on this cube. There we go. Press on S to increase it up. Press on S again. I'm going to increase it up just a bit more. And there we go. We're good to go. Now I'm going to apply another one, Shift and right click. And now what I'm going to do is going to be applying another one, Shift A. From here, Mesh, I'm going to apply a monkey. Press on S again to increase the size. There we go. And I can also rotate it. And I'm going to scale it up a bit less. There we go. Totally perfect. I'm going to fix it up a bit. I'm going to press on Y-axis. Press on Z-axis. On the X-axis, I'm going to do is fix it up. Rotate or double click on it. There we go. Now you can see it is now over here. I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here. Or maybe I'm going to press on X. I'm going to do is keep it a bit at the front so that we can see that 3 of the elements are over here. Okay? Then what you're going to do is that you can also zoom in different ways. You can zoom in like this, but what I try using most of the time is pressed on Shift and B. When you press on Shift and B, I can select up the subject which I want to zoom and it will be zoomed in. Press on O again, you can also change back. You can also zoom out whenever you want. You can do the same thing on this one, press on Shift and B. Zoom in, there we go. It has zoomed in. This is how simple it is to work on Blender if you are following up, okay? And navigation is very simple, okay? If you want to apply in, let's say, a camera, let's say I'm going to do zoom in, zoom out first. I'm going to apply camera, Shift A. Now I'm going to do is going to be clicking on camera. There we go. We have our camera. I'm going to do scale it up a bit. There we go. I'm going to press on G. There we go. We have it. Press on X-axis, G. Press it on the X-axis and take it a bit further. Press on O. There we go. I'm going to do select on this, rotate it, Y-axis. This is over here. There we go. This is how it will look like. Press on O, and there we go. We have them. Okay? You can also scale it up if you want to. What I'm going to do is going to be changing it There we go. Also zoom out and also keep it wherever I want. This is how simple it basically is. You can press on G, keep it over here. Press on this one, G. There we go. We have 3 of the elements on our camera. Now we can also apply in a light, Shift A. Let's say which we had is the point light. You can also increase the size wherever you want it to be. And that is how simple it is. You can also remove all of them again by pressing on delete from your scene collection. And whenever you want to apply it, Shift and right click to keep this 3D cursor. And then you're going to do is going to be applying it over here. Let's say maybe I want a mesh now. I want a circle. There we go. A circle has been applied. If I press on that, I want a mesh. I want a UV sphere. There we go. We have it. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to navigate, add and remove, rotate, scale, and also grab your elements in Blender. Okay, so this is how simple it is. Just make sure not to skip any part. There are also different methods of how you'll be able to view your specific object or subject in your workspace. You can also go through them, which I'm going to show you step by step. But till then, make sure not to skip any part. Make sure you're connected to the internet most of the time when you are working on Blender, because it will help you up with a lot of facilities. Okay, so thank you again for watching this video up to the very end. And without any further ado, let's just move on to our next lesson of Blender. So we've opened up Blender again, okay? So I'm going to click outside. In my first lesson, I've already shown you about the basic tools and also a couple of things such as navigation, movement, and all of them. So in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you about the interface, workspace, and the default startups. So I'm going to show it to you step by step, so make sure not to skip any part. So first thing, what we have to do over here, that as we've already opened up Blender, we already know how to navigate. And I'm going to show you 2 different toolbars, which I'm going to be showing it to you by pressing on a shortcut key. And another thing you have to keep in mind is that whenever you are using Blender, the shortcut key is going to make your work a lot more easier. Now, in my past lesson or my first lesson, I've shown you about the grab, then the scale, and also about the rotation and selection, and all of them, right? And eventually, I've also shown you about the 3D cursor, then how to, place it, remove it, okay? So you can see it over here that we have one of the toolbars over here, which we are not using, or we do not use most of the time, which I most of the time use through my shortcut keys, because if you get more, friendly and experienced on Blender, the shortcut keys are going to speed up your process and make your work a lot more easier instead of clicking on these tools, okay? So we can either press on T, which is going to be the left side panel, and we can also press on N, which is going to be the right side panel. Now, on the right side panel, we have 3 of these tabs, which is going to be this one. Then we have the tool, and then we have is the view. Well, these 3 are going to be very complex, and these are quite advanced. So I'm not going to be showing it to you right now, but you just need to know that we have these 2 types of, toolbars, which can be, just extended and also hidden up whenever we want. So T for the left side and N for the right side. So make sure to keep that thing in mind. And you also have a couple of options over here: origin, location, and also parent, whichever one you want to select from. But obviously, step by step, we're going to cover up each and every one of them, so you can try them out later on. Now, on the left side panel, we have a couple of these tools. One of the first one we have is the select box, which is this one basically. So you can see this is how it works, which we selected just by, using our mouse, which is the left click of the mouse. And then the next one we have over here, we can also right click, and then we have is, assign shortcuts and also online manual. Then the next one we have is the cursor, which we placed using this one. But you can also press on Shift and place it with your right mouse key. Whichever tool you have selected on, you can just use this.
just by pressing on Shift. Well, if you've seen my first lesson, you already know how to do this. Then we have is the move, which we used by G. Select on that. So I'm going to select on this one, G, and then we moved it. But you can also select on this and then move up your object on whichever angle you want. Now you can see that this has been, on a specific axis, but I'm going to change it X, Y, and Z. You can change it, and this is how it will work like. Okay, Z for up and down, X for the left and right now, and Y for that side. Okay, so I'm going to press on this. And the next one we have is the rotate. Select on that object and you'll be able to rotate it in all angles. Okay, so this is what appears up when you click on these buttons. I'm going to do is just rotate it. You can see it's working on the X-axis. You can also press it on the Y-axis and also the Z-axis. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Okay, I'm going to keep it simple. There we go. We'll just keep it over here. And then we have is the next one over here, which is called the scale. You can also scale it up if you want to. You can also increase and decrease it up. Then we have is the option over here, which is also going to be the gyro, which is kind of like the tracking ball, which we did in our previous lesson. You can see this is how it looks like. I'm going to zoom out. So I'm going to press on Control Z. There we go. This is our box. Control Shift Z to redo the process. And you can also go off the edit and also redo the process like this. Shift Control and Z. And you can also use this annotate if you want to. You can also like put in or draw something on your workspace or on your shape. And then we have is the measure. You can also measure certain things by using this option. It's just kind of like a ruler, but like a pen, but it will give you the exact, the measurements. And then we have is the add cube. You can also add in a cube if you want to. Click on that option, zoom out. First all I'm going to do is just going to zoom out. There we go. And if we rotate over here, there we go. We could add in our cube. Let's say on the S, I'm going to do is just press it on the Y. I'm going to do is just reduce it. S and X. There we go. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. And I'm going to delete this one because I'm not going to be needing that. I'm going to do is just press on G. And there we go. I'm going to move it on the Y-axis. Again, G, Y-axis. There we go. Quite at the center. I'm going to press on G, X-axis, a bit on the center. So totally perfect. Now, as we are basically done with these tools, and I've also shown you about it in my previous lesson, now we can see on the bottom of the screen, we have is this playback option. I'm going to increase it up just for a bit, and you can. Now, this is basically called the timeline panel. The structures and everything you have, it will turn out to be like a video. You can see this. This is going to be the playback. You can also keyframe it. So you can obviously, this is like auto keyframing, because obviously if you are doing animations, it needs to be keyframed. So whenever you apply a keyframe, it will be applied over here on this timeline panel, and you can play it up, pause it, move to the next one, and so on. Okay. So basically we are also done with this timeline panel. Now let's move on to the right side of our workspace, which is one of the most important parts. Now there are a couple of the things over here which I'm going to be skipping. Okay. So let's move on the right side of this bottom part. So the first thing which you can see is the editor type. And the first thing which I'm going to do is that you can see it over here that the tool over here is called the active tool and workspace settings. When you click on that, this is how it will show up. But another thing is that whenever you have selected any other tool, it will change according to your need. Let's say I have selected any specific object, and then I'm going to right click on it. And if I set the origin to geometry, and you can see, or you'll be able to see that it will change whenever you are changing any effect to it. So let's say I'm going to select on this. If I go off the modeling, then you can see on active tool, it will be a lot more different. Okay. So it's going to depend on what you basically have turned on. If I click on this one, it will look like this. If I turn on this one, it will look like this. I have to go off the layout again. And then if I select on this one, it will look like this. So it depends on what tool you have turned on, or the active tool. Okay. So if I turn on this one, this is how it will look like. This is how it will look like. This is how it will look like. And even if I apply more effect, let's say I'm going to do is going to be changing on the select circle. And there we go. We have the select circle over here. If I select on this and then I'm going to click on this one and click on sculpt mode, you can basically see all of the differences of the open or the active tools in Blender. So you can also change it over here, change a bit of them and tweak it. So you can see whichever effect or whichever tool is basically active on your workspace or on in Blender. Now let's move on to the next one, which is called the render effect or the renders. So here, the default render mode, you can see the render engine is called the EV. Well, if you want more realistic type of render engine, you can try in cycles. But what happens when you turn on cycles is that you need to have a really good device because it's going to be close to reality. And EV is kind of like a game engine, even though it's going to be run on real time. But still, if you want a better type of, realistic type of effect or realistic type of render, you can move on to cycle. Whenever you're using cycle, it will take a bit more time to render up any of your animation or any of your object on your render panel, because you can see that how it is changing and how, the optimization is working now. Okay, so you can also move on to EV. You can see now how smooth it is, but this is kind of like a gaming type of engine. So it's going to be real time, but yet it's going to be, not that realistic like cycles. And you can also turn on workbench. Now, if you want to move on to render, you can also press on F12 on your keyboard, or you can go off to render over here and click on render image. Now you can press on that render image, and this is how it should look like from your camera. Now, how are you going to see how it looks like? So you can click on 0 on your keyboard, which is going to be this one. I'm going to go off to, let's say, layout, or let's say I'm going to move on to file. There we go. I'm going to sculpt it up. If you want to, you can also change it directly to object mode. I'm going to press on 0, or you can also go off to edits, go off to preferences, and then emulate the numpad. And I'm going to press on 0, and this is the view which we are getting on the render mode. So I'm going to press on that again. And what we're going to do is going to be selecting on this. I'm going to do is just send it a bit back. So I'm going to press on G. I'm going to press it on the y-axis and also on the x-axis. There we go. And I want it a bit on this side. There we go. I'm going to do select on this G. There we go. Press on 0 and we can see the whole thing right now. Okay. We can also try the same one, EV. Let's press on F12. And you can see this is how it looks like on the render view. So I'm going to close it off again. We can also press on escape. Now the next thing what you can do is try out cycles. If I press on F12, it will take a bit more time to render it up according to what changes you make. But you can see that this looks a lot more better than EV or workbench. So press on escape to get out of this render, mode. You can see that over here. And I'm going to keep it on EV right now so that it just takes up less space or CPU usage. And over here, you have this option of sampling. You can also fix out what type of sampling you want. Let's say I want somewhere around 70, 72. On the viewport, I'm going to put it on 20. You can also shift on to the next one. So on the output over here, we have is the resolution, which you can change and toggle through. Another thing on the render is that whenever you are working, or let's say you started off with EV and later on you changed it into cycle, it will not make any difference, or it will not, make a problem in your work. Okay, so you can keep that thing in mind and you can change it whenever you want to. Okay, So basically you're done with that. And now let's move on to our scene. Now I'm going to move on to our camera view. And from here, you're going to change out your resolution. We have the native resolution, which is 1920 into 1080 pixels. So I can also reduce it or increase it according to my need. Let's say I'm going to just keep it on 2052. And on the y-axis, I'm going to keep it to be somewhere around like this, or maybe increase it a bit more. So it basically depends on you which one you want to use. And you can also type in, let's say I can also type in 1920 pixels, enter, and then 1280. There we go. This is how it will work, or 1080. 1080. Let's just type in 1080. There we go. Then we can also fix out the aspect. We can fix it out on the aspect ratio 1, and also fix out the Y if you want to, and you can also keep it on 1 if you want to. And you can also render the regions, which is going to be this specific parts, okay? You can also crop out the rendered region, crop to rendered, and also you can fix in the frames, whichever one you want. You can also customize it up to 320, 500. It's basically up to you and depends on your PC, whichever device you're using, and your specs. The better your PC is, the better your render is going to be, and the faster your render is going to be. Okay, so keep that thing in mind. You can see also the output on where it is kept if you are trying to export it up. You can also see the file extension where it is saved up. You can also change up the format into whichever format you want. You have JPEG, JPG 2000. Then we also have AVI RAW, OpenEXR, WebP. Then we have Cineon. Okay, there are a couple of the ones which you'll be able to change into. And we also have 3 types of color format, which is BW, which is black and white. Then we have RGB, and we also have RGBA. One thing which you don't have is called the sRGB. If you had a sRGB, it will be very easier for you to take it directly into Adobe softwares too. But you can also take it from RGB to sRGB when you move it to other softwares. Okay. So we also have the color depth, which is kind of like the bit depth resolution. You can change it to 8 or 16, but it does not, have a 32-bit. But you can try out 8-bit or 16-bit. It's going to give you a really good result. But one thing you have to do is that if you want a better render, you have to change it to cycles. Okay. So there we go. We are almost done with this part. Now let's move on to our next one, which we have is the viewing layer. You can use for rendering your specific layer, which is this is basically the first layer. And this is the layer which we use most of the time. Okay. So you can use it for rendering, or you can also use this render the single layer if you want to. So try out the layers whenever you want to. Then we have the data. You can also apply in mist, apply more, Z, mist, whichever one you want. And you can also apply shaders and a bit of effect. And the transparency will be applied on that specific layer. Now let's move on to the scenes. You can apply or change up your camera. We have the background scene. Which is this one, active clip, which is this one. And you can also apply in units. You can change it up whenever you want to. You can fix out the gravity, the simulation, the key sets, the audio, the rigid body world, and also the custom properties. Well, you're not going to be needing that, or it's this much, but you can also fiddle through them whenever you want to. Then we have is the world effect. So this is basically the world effect. You can also, let's just move on to O. And you can see whenever we move off to our render panel, our render section, this is how it looks like. But the outside part is called the world, okay? So you can change the color up. So let's say I'm going to do is just surface background. I want the color to be, let's say I have a different color. So I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere around over here. You can fix in the strength. Now, if we move on to our render panel, you'll basically see this is the color and the light is taking the effect, okay? So you can also make it brighter. I'm going to just take it over here, press on G. I'm going to move it somewhere around over here. It obviously has a bit of the color of the background, which you'll see over here. And you can also change it whenever you want to. You can also change it to this one. And you can obviously make it brighter. You can obviously make it darker whenever you want. And you can also fix in with RGB, sRGB, and also the hex codes. You can put in your own hex codes. And this is how it will look like. Now let's move on to our render panel again. Select on this, F12. This is how it will look like, okay? So now you know how you'll be able to change the outside world too. And there are also a couple of other things. Let's say I want a brick texture. Now let's say maybe I want a different one. Let's say I want environment texture. You can also apply that. You can also apply black body. You can also apply different ones such as, let's say, point density. Okay, find out the one which you basically have to use. And if you don't want to use any of them, you just have to, keep it on the brightness contrast or remove them whenever you want to. From here, I'm going to do is just reduce the color. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. And this is how it will look like. Or you can also remove that color too. Go off to RGB. There we go. I'm going to keep it somewhere over here so that we can see the whole thing. And also, you can also remove that specific color. There we go. You can also remove the surface if you want to. And you can also apply in volume, the mist pass, the viewport display, and also the custom properties. Then we have the collection properties. So the collection properties are going to be everything that is in your collection, such as this specific cube. Then we have is the lights. And then we also have is the camera. Okay, so each and every one of them belongs to the collection over here. Lights, cube, cube 1 and 2, and also the camera. So all of them are the collection. So from here, you'll be able to select up instance and also line art all of them together. Another thing which I didn't show you is that you can select all of them together. What I'm going to do is just use this. There we go. I'm going to just fix in that up. And we can select all of them at once, or you can right click on it. There we go. You can also undo the whole process. You can press on A, and then we press on G, we can move all of them together. We can also do the same thing on scale. We can all scale of them all together and also rotate them all together at once. So keep that thing in mind that you can also select all of them and work on all of them at the same time. Now let's move on to the camera over here. This is also a bit of very advanced, so I'm going to be skipping this camera part and let's move on to our physics. Now on our physics, what we're going to do is going to be selecting this part over here. And what we have is that we can apply a bit of effect on our specific part of this photo. Now we have this on our object mode, so I'm going to keep it on the radius. You can also change its, change the way it looks like. I'm going to do is change it to this. And you can also apply in rigid body constraints. You can also remove it if you want to. You can also apply in force views. So let's say I can apply a bit of force. Let's say I maybe want a magnetic force, or maybe, let's say I want to drag. So if you object, you can apply effects over here. Let's say maybe I want a bit of fluid flow, or maybe I want a bit of force over here. And if I keyframe this, I can also select on the specific part, do is Control A to select it, press on G, there we go. You can see different type of effects over here you want. Okay. Whatever effect you want to apply on your physics. And there are a lot of things which you will be able to apply on the shape. You'll be able to apply plane. You'll be able to apply more effects over here. You just have to fiddle through each and every one. You can also remove them. And also this one, you can, rigid body would add rigid body constraints. And you can apply it, okay? It's up to you, whichever one you want to work with. Then we have is this option of constraints. You can also add constraints to it. Let's say over here, I'm going to apply a bit of crop rotation. So you can see that this is the crop rotation, and I can also apply maybe limit scaling or limit rotation. So let's say I'm going to limit the x-axis and also the y-axis. And if I select on this one, okay, let's say on this one, it has been selected on this one, but I'm going to do is select on this specific object. So I'm going to do is going to be removing that, and I'm going to do is just limit the rotation. So I'm going to do select this and this. So now if we press on R, we'll be able to rotate it only on one axis, not on the other ones. Okay, let's try the camera. Let's try R. can see even if you try Y, X, or Z, only you'll be able to move it on Z, but not on the other axes. Okay? Because we have limited up, the object constraint. So it's basically up to you however you want to work with it. So now we have this over here. We'll not be able to, drag it upwards. Okay. So customize it however you want and fiddle through these options. Check it out, which one is actually useful for you. And I'm almost showing you most of the useful ones. Now, the next one which we have is the data, which you're also not going to be using it most of the time. So let's move on to the last one, which we have is texture. You can apply a bit of texture on your specific elements. You can see it over here. I'm going to do is just remove these elements. What I'm going to do is just remove the scene collection, and I'm going to do is apply my own ones. To do that, I'm going to do is just click on Shift and A. Shift and A on my keyboard, or click on this one. And then from here, I'm going to do is just apply a Q. And I'm going to do is just scale it a bit. There we go. And I'm going to apply myself a light. Shift and A, light point. I'm going to zoom out a bit. Scale it. I'm going to select on this specific object. And then I'm going to move it a bit to the left side, okay? There we go. Shift and A. Put on your light point. Scale it. G, Z, and then increase it however you like it. Okay? So now you know how it works. You can also move it whenever you want. There we go. So we are basically done with almost all of our tabs. Now the last one is the texture. You can apply in your own texture. You can apply a bit of brush effect. You can also get a preview of this. Let's say maybe I want clouds. You can also apply that specific effect. You can just fiddle through whichever one you want, and it will just have that specific effect on that specific element. Okay? So there are a lot of these textures which you'll be able to change to. Let's say it's 2-key. And then we also have Musgrave. So whichever one you want to use, just fiddle through them. You can also apply in colors. See this, how it works. Okay? And whenever you're rendering them, press on F12. Okay, you just have to put in your camera first. So I'm going to do is press on Shift A. Put in your camera, which is going to be over here. And what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G. Press on Z. Press on G. There we go. Now if we press on F12, we will be going off to our render mode. You can see this is how it looks like, but if we just press on 0, this is how it will look like. And whenever you're rendering, it will take a bit more time to render it up because that is how it's looking like. And this is how it looks like the actual, the box. This is black. Okay. So hope you now understood how you'll be able to toggle through each and every one of these tabs. Now, the last thing which I'm going to be showing you is going to be a bit different. Okay, I'm going to press on A. I'm going to delete all of them. Okay, there we go. We have all of them removed. Let's press on Shift and A. And on the mesh, I'm going to apply a couple of these monkey heads. So I'm going to press on this Alt, and I'm going to do is just copy this, or press on Control C and Control V to make copies of this. Or you can just apply it however you want. So let's say I want to apply in more monkeys. I'm going to press on G. I'm going to keep it over here. We have another one. G. There we go. Shift A. Mesh. Monkey. And you can also copy it however you want. But I'm going to press on Shift and keep another one over here. Shift A. Mesh. And then monkey. So we have these monkeys over here. I'm going to press on G. Okay. So after we're done, what we can do is that we can select up any of these monkeys over here. And whenever you want to go off the modeling, you'll basically see all of the points which it needs to make up that specific element or that specific shape. You can customize it however you want. Okay, you can rotate it, move it, and everything. And even if you want to copy the same process, just press on Ctrl C and Ctrl V to make the copy of that specific element or specific subject. So you can go off the layout again, and there we go, we have it. Now, whenever you have any camera applied, you can apply camera, go off the render mode to check it out, how it looks like. So I'm going to go back to this one over here. I'm going to go off the active tools and turn all of them on, 3D port, viewport, and everything. Then, whenever you are using the period, this is how it will zoom in and out. You can also zoom out like this. Any specific object, select on that, period, or the oblique sign. There we go. This is how it changes. Okay. You can also hide elements by pressing on H on your keyboard. And if you press on Alt and H, it will unhide it. Okay. So now you know how it works. Now what I'm going to do is going to be applying a plane over here. So I'm going to click on Mesh. I'm going to do is click on this plane over here. I'm going to do is just select on this one. Let's say I'm going to do is just press on this element, and I'm going to press on G. Press on Z to undo the process. Let's say I'm just going to delete it. And I'm going to do is just apply a plane. I'm going to press on Shift and this one over here. Shift and A, Mesh, and then apply a plane. I'm going to press on S to increase the size. I'm going to do is press on G, take it a bit at the top, select on this one, press on G, Z, and bring it at the top. There we go. Now, as we have two of them, now we can also see on the scene collection, we have two of these objects, plane, and then these, elements. So what we can do is that we can select all of them together. Let's say I'm going to select this, and we can make up a new, or let's say I'm going to do is just select on both of them, right click, and we can also make it into a new collection. So I'm going to click on new collection. There we go. And I can see we have collection 1, and we can also move this into a scene collection to be another one. Right click, new collection. There we go. So we have plane on our first collection and this monkey heads on the second collection. And we can also extend it or remove it. So first thing what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Shift and A so that we can apply a camera. Zoom out. And just press on Control Z. There we go. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Shift, and I'm going to apply the camera right over here. I'm going to be moving a bit on this side. You can press on this and zoom out if you want to. I'm going to do Shift and press over here, or maybe somewhere over here. There we go. Perfect. And I'm going to do is just apply in the camera. Let's try the camera over here. Let's press on G. And let's press on R. R again. You can also press on R and then X. There we go. If I press on 0 now, you can see the effects. Now we can also move on to the render mode. Now it will take a bit of time to render the whole thing because, there's a lot of thing going on inside of this specific object right now. So you can see the render results over here. You'll be able to see it. You can see the view layers, slot 1 and 2, and also the image, whichever there is inside of that specific element. Okay, you can see the collection. And if you turn them off, none of them will appear up. Okay, you can turn them off whenever you want to. You can also extend it if you want to, and you can also hide them whenever you want. So this is basically how it works when you turn them on and off. And you can also turn them on back again when you're basically done with it. Okay. Now you can also move up to orthographic view. Let's say I'm going to press on 5 on my keyboard and it will give you an orthographic view of that element. Okay, you can also select all of them together, press on A, and get an orthographic view whenever you want to. So basically, there are a couple of shortcut keys which you have to keep in mind when you are working on Blender. So you can see that there are a couple of things on Blender, and they're obviously modeling, sculpting, UV editing, texture, paint, shading, animation. You have render, compositing, geometry nodes, and also scripting. Okay, so even you can use your coding skills over here. Now let's move on to our layouts, and let's just clean every part of it and start off anew. So if you want to start anew, you can also just turn it off and on if you want to, but you can also go off the file, click on new, and then click on general over here. And then it will take just a bit of time to open it up on your screen. And you can already see that it has been opened up on my screen without even showing me any changes. So try it out. Click on this one, file, click on new, and then you're good to go. You can also use it for video editing if you want to. Now, if you want to make any changes, you can also do that. You can select on this option over here. You can move on, toggle through each and every one of these tabs and ribbons. And obviously, another thing is that you can also shift your, workspace into very different cases, such as increasing and changing. You can also make different type of windows. You can also drag it or drag the windows over and over again. You can change out the viewing angles, the camera effect, the hand effect, zooming in and out. Okay. You can also go off over here on edit or windows and you can make your new window. You can toggle window full screen. You can also make multiple windows at the same time. Okay. So it's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So you just have to double click on any one of these, let's say windows which you have over here. And then what you have to do is just drag it out of its workspace. Okay. Can see this is how it works. You will be able to customize each and every one of the windows which you have. Now from here, if you want to make customizations on your workspace, let's say I'm going to do is increase the size. And now what we can do is just make a couple more timelines if you want to. But if you want to remove it directly from your workspace, drag it up and then down. When you see an arrow, you will basically see that it will be gone. Okay, you can make multiple ones if you want to. It's basically up to you, but you just have to drag up and then down. You will see this arrow over here and you'll be able to remove it. See how easy it is? You can also do the same thing, removed. And you can also do the same thing over here on the animation panel, make multiple windows and also remove it just the way you would do it. You just have to drag it from the top and then down. Okay, you will make multiple ones. But what you have to do is just drag up and down. And whenever you see this arrow, you just have to, let go. You can do the same thing with multiple windows. It's basically up to you. So just fiddle through these options, find out the one which you basically need, and find out the options which will make your work a lot more easier. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. And if you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. And in our next lesson, we're going to go step by step, show you about shaders and also a lot of animations, which we can do to go off with the basics and so that we can learn how we can animate just by using Blender. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Blender. Now, as we've opened up Blender on our device, now first thing what I have to do is going to be showing you a bit about modeling. Now, I'm going to have like a couple of different parts of this specific video because obviously we will not be able to end it up on one video, which will make it very large. So the first thing what I have to do over here is going to select all of them over here. Make sure you're connected with the internet most of the time when you're using Blender. And now what I'm going to do is going to be deleting this just by pressing on delete or pressing on X. So I'm going to press on X over here, or you can press on delete. That's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to need another cube. So I'm going to press on Shift and A, click on Mesh, and then press on Cube. And I'm going to scale it up just a bit. There we go. That's the perfect shape which I need right now. Now what I'm going to do is going to be showing you a couple of different things which you have to follow up. So over here, as we have put in our element or put in our cube, we have to edit our own, let's say, cube to make it look like a house. So we're going to go step by step, so make sure not to skip any part. So the first thing, what we're going to do over here is going to be zooming in and out to get our exact type of view which we want. Now, another thing is that just like I've shown you is that how you can emulate your keyboard just by pressing the number on your keyboard. Okay, so I'm going to just get the front view. You can do that. Okay, but what we're going to do over here is that I'm going to go off the preferences right now. I'm going to turn it off because I already have a number key, and I'm going to be needing the number keys on the top of my keyboard a bit later. Now, what we're going to do over here is that we're going to move on to our edit mode. Now, to move on to our edit mode, what we're going to do is first off select up the elements, and you can press on tab on your keyboard. So you can either press on tab, or you can go off over here on object mode, and you can see there are a couple of them. So we can go either off the edit mode, then we have also like the sculpt mode, then the vertex points, and the weight paints, and also the texture paint. But from here, I'm just going to move on to the edit mode from here. Now you can see that it will look like this. Okay, so what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to change it to cycles instead of EV so that it looks a lot more better. Okay, and a bit more realistic. So as we have our edit mode turned on, now we can see these points over here. So when we see these points over here, we'll be able to change or select each and every one of these points. And whenever we are selecting it, you will basically see that the point will turn out to be yellowish and white. So when you are selecting these are basically called the vertices. Okay, so these are vertices, and when you select one, it's called the vertex. Okay, so you can select them and also change them however you want. Another thing is that you can select multiple or a couple of them at the same time. How would you do that? You have to just click on shift, and now you can see that I have selected the whole thing, and part of the face or the face of the cube has been selected. Okay, and there are also different modes which I'm going to show you. Now, if you want to change the mode, now we are selecting only vertices. But what if you want to select the edge? Now you can press on 2 on your keyboard, and now you'll be able to see that only the edges of the cube is being selected. You can see from one vertex to another vertex, the middle line over here is being highlighted. So this is how you'll be able to change the modes. Okay, so you can also press on 3, and now you'll be able to select on the face. Okay, so this is how it looks like. You can see now I can select the face. If I want to select multiple of them, you can just press on shift and you can use it however you want. And another thing you have to keep in mind that if you have turned on emulate number pad on preferences, well, it will basically not work because those will be assigned to different type of views. But as I already have a number pad on my keyboard, now I can use it too. But when I use the top of my keyboard or the numbers, now I can change from vertex mode, then I can change to edge mode or the face mode. Okay, you can find these over here. You can toggle through them. You can see the select mode, which is vertex select. Then we have is the edge select. And then we also have is the face select. Okay, so you can select it however you want, whichever one feels comfortable. Now, as we know a bit about the selection, okay, so now what we're going to do is going to be using loop cut to make a slice in between our shape or in between our cube. Now, how would you do that? Which is going to be very simple. First off, what you have to basically do is press on Control and R. Okay, now when you press on Control and R, you will basically see something like this as an interface. You can see one could be on the x-axis, you can see it over here, and one could be also on the y or the z axis. You can make the cut however you want. Now let's say I'm going to do is keep this center over here. And now when you click on it, you'll basically see that where you want the cut or on which edge do you want the cut to be. So I'm going to do is just keep it in the center and I'm going to press on left. But if you're using the right click on your mouse, you can also press on your right mouse key and it will make a create on, or make a split on the center. Now as I'm selecting the center, now I don't want to use the edges, so I'm going to do is either select the vertex over here, and I'm not going to be selecting them, and I'm going to like get myself in a view so that I can see all of the vertices. Okay, and now from here I'm going to press on shift, and there we go. We have selected the whole face. And now I want to delete one part of this, cube. So I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to press on X. Now, when you press on X, it's going to allow you to select which part of the cube do you want to delete. Now you can either select the face. When you press on face, you can see only one part of the face has been deleted. But I want all of this, section to be deleted. So I'm going to press on Control Z to undo the process and press on X, and I'm going to do is just press on vertices. Now when you press on vertices, you will basically see that the whole separation of this cube or the other section of the cube has been removed. Now you can see that as this is removed, this is going to be very simple for us to use one part of this cube. And we can also use modifier to apply another mirror of this specific cube. So I'm going to be doing that because I'm going to need that, and which is going to make my modeling a lot more easier, because whenever I use mirror and when I'm editing only one part of the video or one part of the cube, another part of the cube will automatically be readjusted. So to do that, first things first, I'm going to do is click on that option over here. I'm going to select this, or you can also press on tab to select it or move on to object mode. And now when I'm on object mode, I'm going to go off to modifier over here and I'm going to click on add modifier. You can add your own modifier however you want. You can click on that and you can search for the ones which you want to use. But from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to use, let's say, mirror. So on the generate over here, I'm going to use this mirror option. And now you can see that we have our whole cube back again. Another thing is that when you move on to the tab or the select, or let's say the edit mode, and you press on A, you can see only one side is selected because the other part is just mirroring itself. Okay, so let's say if I select on these vertices, I'm going to select on both of them. And if I press on G and move it, you'll basically see the other part is also moving. It's because the other part is just mirroring itself or mirroring this other part, or the edited part of the cube. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind. Okay, so I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to just press on escape so that I can move back again. Now I'm going to use the top view or the front view to get my model of the house, which is going to be very simple for us. First thing what I'm going to do is that use your numpad on your keyboard, and this is basically the top view. Now from here, our top view, I'm going to do is keep it on the front. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So I'm going to do select on both of these, and now I'm going to go over here, and then I'm going to do is just press on G, and then I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Z or Z on your keyboard, and then you can toggle. Okay, you can see now it is given us almost a shape of the house, and now you can see how this exact shape or the mirror is basically very helpful for us. Another thing is that when you press on A and when you are mirroring, you can also clip it up. Okay, so one thing I'm going to show it to you right now is that let's say I'm going to do is use this object or use this point again. So I'm going to press on that, and when I press on G, when I drag it out, you can see that it is now splitting up. It's not together anymore. So if you want to keep both of them together, I'm going to press on Control G. If you press on clipping, and if you just select both of them or select the sides, and let's say I'm going to press on G and drag it out, now you can see that it will not get separated. Okay, so this is how it works. So make sure to try it out. So I'm going to press on Z or escape so that I can get out of the editing process. Another easier method of seeing the difference is that when I click R, deselect this clipping and I press on A, and if I want to move it, you can see this is now going out. So I'm going to do is just press on escape and keep it however it was and try turning on clipping because it will just help you to secure your object on your workspace. And another thing is that we can see that this part is quite long. So I want to also adjust it to be a bit shorter. Now, how would I do that? But before we're getting into that, I'm going to show you different types of viewing mode. Now, one thing what you can do over here is that when you are pressing on Z, you'll basically see a pie chart type of interface will open up. These are four different type of viewing modes. Well, if you've seen my previous lessons, you already know about it almost, but not the shortcut key. You can see this options over here. You can see one is going to be the viewport shading. Then we have is the solid mode or the viewport shading over here. And then we also have is the method the 3D view, material view, and then the last one which we have is the render display. So if you want to toggle through them easier on your workspace, just press on Z, and then we have the solid mode. Then we have the wireframe. Then we also have is the material preview. Then we have is the rendered mode. So on the rendered mode, it will take more time to render up because it's going to give you a realistic type of effect as you are using cycle. But if you're using EV, you will basically see that it will give you real time. Let me just change it into wireframe and you can see how easy it is. And you can see that it is all hollow. Okay, so this is just going to show you about the wireframes, and you can also adjust it however you want on this, editing or viewing mode too, because it's just going to be the different type of view, but nothing else is being changed. So I can also move on to solid view and see all of them. It's white, and then I can also see material view because I have not applied any material over here. Now the thing what I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this, and you can also toggle through each and every one of them if you want to. So I would suggest you that whenever you're working, use the solid mode or the solid view, or you can also try wireframe view because it also gives you a good idea about the points and it also makes your work a lot more easier. Okay, so try using that. Another thing is that on each and every one of the views, it works very different. So let me just show it to you. So if I press on B over here and I'm going to select on the parts, you can see this part has been selected too. Okay, so this part has been selected with this, vertices only. So you can see each and every part of the vertices has been selected. I'm going to press on B again. I'm going to press or select on this, and you can see we have the whole face. Now, whenever you are using the solid mode, if I press on B and if I select on this, what I'm going to do is just show it to you. I'm going to press on 1 to be the front view. And if I select on this, you can see only the front part of the whole thing has been selected. If I move on to, I'm going to press on Z now. I'm going to move on to the solid. You can see this is how it works. B. Only the front part has been selected. If I just move on to the rendered mode, and if I select on B and select all of them together, and you can see this is also selecting the front part. Only in wireframe, whenever I am selecting, I'm just going to press on 1, and if I press on B and select the whole thing, the whole face of the top part will be selected at once. So all of those, viewing angles and all of those different type of views also help you in your work. You can see now only the front part selected. Press on B, try selecting, and now you can see if you have a bit of corner on it, then it will select the whole face, or else only the, let's say, wireframe mode is going to help you to select up the whole face of the top part or the part you've selected. Okay, so make sure to keep that in mind and try using it however you want to make your work a lot more easier and speed it up. Now, as we've selected up our, the part of this, now what I'm going to do is going to be zooming out a bit more, and I want the front view. So first off, let's just move on to our wireframe mode. So I'm going to do is just press on B, select up the part which we need to select. And now from here, what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G so that I can reduce the size. Okay, so I'm going to reduce the size only on the Z axis. So I'm going to take it a bit at the bottom. There we go. So this is the size which I want, and after you're done, you're just gonna press on the left mouse key or the right mouse key, whichever one you're using, And there we go. We almost have it. So I'm going to move on to our solid mode. And there we go. We have it. I'm going to select on this one over here, press on G. And I'm going to do is just select on Z and take it a bit at the top so that we can see it over here. G again, Z again, and there we go. We have our house over here. Okay, so as we have our cube or as we have our model, now the thing with what I'm going to do is going to be applying myself a door. Now, if I want to apply myself a door, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting the part which I do not need. So first off, press on Control and R, and now I can also apply a loop cut over here. Now, when I click on that, I will be able to apply it wherever I want. So I basically want half the size. So I'm going to do is just take it over here. I'm going to press on Control R again, and I'm going to apply one over here. And now you can see that this is slanted. It's slanted because, you know, the top part over here is also slanted. So I'm going to do select one part over here, and we can also select this area, and also we can fix it up. So first thing what we can do is that I'm going to press on Control Z, and now I'm going to do is press on Control R, select that, and I'm going to press on 0 to actually fix it up. So I'm going to do is just adjust it wherever I want. So I'm going to press on Control R again, and I'm going to keep it over here, and I want this angle to be over here. Okay, so thing what you're going to do is going to be just applying it, and you can also scale it up however you want to. So I'm going to do is just press on this as it has been applied. From here, what I'm going to do is going to be scaling this part up only to, you know, to make it flat. So I'm going to see, like, select on this, press on S, and now you can see that I can select it on, you know, each and every angle. You can also grab it if you want to, you can rotate it, but I want to scale it only on the Z axis. So I'm going to press on this over here, and you can also put in your number 0, and there we go. We have fixed the slanted one into our, you know, a flat one. Okay, so from here, as we are done, we can also remove out these angles and remove out the parts which we do not need. So if you want to make yourself just that specific, you know, part, or just that specific, let's say, you know, box, or to make the door, what you can do is just press on Shift and remove it just like this. Right click. And you can also press on X if you want to, press on X, and then remove only the face. And now you can see that we have made ourselves a door for the house. So this is how simple it is on Blender to make yourself a model. Now, another thing is that when you move off to the other angles, you'll be able to see a lot of these, you know, lines. But when you go off the render mode, you can basically see how it will actually look like. Okay, and obviously when you apply in a couple of other materials, other colors, it will not be looking this bad. Okay, so this is basically how you'll be able to remove out certain parts and also make yourself a door on Blender. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this part of the lesson. And now what we can do is that save it up. So if you want to save it up, you can go off the file, and then we have this option of save. Click on that option, find out the part where you want to save it. So what I'm going to do is just save it on my desktop, or let's say I'm going to go off to Blender, and here I want to save it as, let's say, model house. Okay, and I'm going to do is just save up the Blender file, and that specific file has been saved. And now the rest of the edits which I'm going to do is going to be shown on the part 2 of the specific lesson. So make sure not to skip any part. I'm going to show you everything you need to know about how you can model up your own elements and subjects in Blender. Without any further ado, let's just hop on to our next part of this lesson. And if you still have any confusion about this part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you up. So let's move on to the second part of modeling your elements in Blender. Welcome back to part 2 of modeling in Blender. Now, in my first part of the video, I've shown you how you can make this, And in this part, I'm going to be showing you how you are going to make a complete structure or, a basic house out of this. And obviously, I'm going to show you a couple of steps of how you'll be able to add in elements to make it look a lot more better. Okay. And even if we cannot complete it in two parts, I'm going to show you another part where I'm going to complete up the whole thing with a couple more elements to make it look more professional. So make sure not to skip any part from this on, and you already know how to save it up. So we're going to be saving couple of changes which we already make. So the first thing we're going to do is just hop onto our edit tab or our edit mode. And in my last thing, which I've shown you, is how we can make this door. Now, what if you made this door and you want to make some changes on it? So first thing what we're going to do is going to be, let's go off the wireframing so that we can see it's a lot more better. Or you can also go off the render mode to check it out if you want to. So I'm going to keep it over here, or maybe I'm going to do is just keep it like this. Okay, instead of that, let me just go off over here. I'm going to do is just change it to EV so that it is a lot more smoother even on our render mode. So as you can see over here on our render mode right now, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting the parts which we want to edit. Now, let's say I want to change the size of this door right now. So how would you be able to do that? First thing, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on these parts. You can also press on Alt so that it selects up the whole cycle over here. You can see it over here like this. You can see now the whole cycle of this has been selected. Now, what you can do is just press on G and then you can move it up and down. Let's say what I want to do is that I want to press on Z and I can increase it up if I want to. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to press on G, or I'm going to do is undo the process again. I'm going to hold on to Shift on this one too, so that it works in all of these cases. So what I'm going to do over here is going to press on G and then Z, and then you can increase the size of this door. And you can see the door is a lot more taller. Now we can do the same thing on the sides if we want to increase the size of this door. Let's say I'm going to press on that, hold on to Alt, and I'm going to do select the whole loop. Okay, you can see the whole loop has been selected. Now I'm going to press on G. And now what I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size on the x-axis. And now when I increase it, you can see that it has given me kind of like a barn type of effect on the house. So I can also make something like that if I want to. So I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere around over here. Okay, looking quite perfect. There we go. And we also have our door to be quite the size. Now, what if I want to make this whole thing into a whole extrude, or not even an extrude? Let's say I want to make the whole thing to be a model or modifier. So how would you be able to do that? First thing is that you have to go off the modifier over here. And if you're using, or if you've used an older version of Blender, you just have to press on Control and A, it will be applied. But another thing is that you are now on the newer version of Blender. So for that purpose, you have to go off to the object mode, or you can press on Tab. Now go off the object mode and press on Control and A. And the modifier will be applied and the whole thing will turn into a shape. Now, the mirror which we've done, or the mirror which we saw that worked, will also turn into an object right now. Now, how will you be able to, analyze or see it? Just go back to our, edit mode, and you can see now the whole thing has turned into a vertical. Okay. So these has turned into vertexes. Okay. So you can edit up any part you want. Now, as we already have the structure over here, now obviously we only have the door, but we need a couple of other things too, such as the window, such as even, the top part, which is going to be the shed. And then we might also apply in a chimney and a couple of other windows too. Now, if you want to apply those, what you have to do is you have to make your own, just by using the loop cut. So apply the loop cut, press on Control and S or Control R, and then I'm going to apply it over here. Let's say I'm going to do is take it over here and I'm going to press on Control R again. I'm going to do is just apply, fix it according to your need, wherever you need the window to be. I'm going to do is Control R on this one. There we go, Control R. This one again. There we go. So we have it over here. I'm going to apply another window over here on the side. So I'm going to press on Control R. There we go. I'm going to apply it a bit. Okay, let's just keep it a bit on the middle or maybe a bit on the side. There we go. Control R. I'm going to keep it on the center. Check it wherever it meets up with the other one. There we go. Control R. There we go. So we have our window on both sides. Now you can also apply more if you want to. Now I've already shown you how you can remove out that certain part. So I'm going to do is just remove that. Select on these parts. There we go. And then I'm going to do is just remove this face. Press on X. And I'm going to remove the face. There we go. Has been removed. Do the same thing over here. Shift X and then remove the faces. So we have two windows on our house. And now what I'm going to do is going to be applying my chimney. To apply my chimney, I'm going to do is going to be using this 3D cursor first at the top. And I'm going to do is just adjust it up. Shift, right click. There we go. Shift, right click over here at the center. And now what I'm going to do is going to press on Shift and A. And then I'm going to do is apply myself a plane. So not a plane, I'm going to do is just apply myself a cube. There we go. We have this cube over here. I'm going to do is scale it up, scale it. There we go. This is the size which I need. I'm going to do is just adjust it. There we go. Totally quite perfect. I'm going to scale it up just a bit more. There we go. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G and I'm going to use it a bit later. Now, first things first is that I'm going to be needing a shed, which is going to work like an object. So first thing is that there are a couple of tools which I'm going to show you. Now, if you press on C, you'll basically see that your mouse will turn into this circle over here. So first off, I'm going to do is press on C again. If you press back on C, it will turn back on, okay? Or you can just press on T to move it up and down. So this basically turns into a circle selector. You can also zoom in and out if you want to, but it's basically up to you however you want to work with it. And you can also move back to your tool over here. You can apply this selection tool back again, and you can also increase it up and down. And when you press on C back again, it will turn into that selector. So first thing what you're going to do is going to be selecting the part which I actually need. So let's say I'm going to select up all of these parts over here. You can see it. There we go. Selected up the whole face. So we have selected up the whole face of the shed. Now, what I can do is make a copy of it. So if I want to make a copy of it, I can press on Control and D. Now, it will make up this shape for me, okay? So I'm going to do is just increase it a bit at the top. So I'm going to do is just keep it over there. And if I go off to the left side, you can see that I have made an exact duplicate. But another thing is that if I see it from the front, you can see there's nothing because it is totally thin. So I'm going to do is just keep it on the wireframe mode. And I'm going to do is just select this box over here. First off, I'm going to do is just select this. I'm going to go off to object mode. There we go. We have this over here. I'm not going to be pressing all of them. I'm going to do is just select on this cube over here. And I'm going to do is just select this object. There we go. So I'm going to do is just take it together over here. I'm going to go off back to edit mode. I'm going to press on this specific object. Press on G. And I'm going to move it to be a bit on this side. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be removing the parts which I do not need. So I'm going to turn this whole shed into an object without any of these vertices. To apply or remove the vertices, you're going to follow a couple of steps. Man, you can also do it in other ways. Let's say I'm going to do is just press on Control Z, and then I'm going to do is just remove the shed. You can just keep pressing on Control Z until it has been removed. But another thing is that whenever you are in this mode, let's say I'm going to do is just delete this specific part out, only this selected part, or maybe I'm going to press on C. I'm going to increase the size. There we go. And I'm going to do select up these areas. If you want to select up these areas, just press on C and your cursor will turn into something like this. And then you'll be able to move it up however you want. So I'm going to press on C again or T again to, get back to how it was. You can press on this and click on select box. There we go. You can also remove out the parts which you do not need. I'm going to move on to solid mode over here. I'm going to go off to object or edit mode. I'm going to press on C and I'm going to do select up the parts which I need. So I can also move on to the first part of over here. You can also change it back into however it was. You can see I'm going to go off of the first one. Let's say I'm going to go off over here. I'm going to do is just move this certain area out. G. I'm going to select up object mode. Only select up this area, Control A. Double click to select. I'm going to press on G to move it out. Or you can also click on edit mode to move out the whole thing. There we go. Press on G. I'm going to move it out a bit. There we go. And now I'm going to press on C and I'm going to do select up the parts, which is going to be this one. You can do the same thing to apply the shed. So let's say I'm going to do select this. And you can use your mouse or your scroll key to deselect the parts. So I'm going to press on G, right click over here. I can now take it up and down if you want to. And you can also delete the whole thing if you want to. Press on G again and press on delete and that part will be deleted. Okay? We can delete it up if you want to, but if you don't want to, you can also keep it however it is. And you can also do the same thing with another shed. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it on one so that I get the front view. Type on C or press on C and then select up the top parts of, your shed. And then you can just press on Shift and D to make a copy and press G to take it out. Shift and D, duplicate it, press G to take it out. Right click over here, Shift D, G to take it out of your, your whole area. There we go. And after you're done, you can just check the whole thing out. It will be looking like this, but as it is thin, it's not showing you anything. So you can just remove the whole thing out. Okay. You can also press on delete. Just select the whole vertices. I'm going to do select all of them. And I'm going to do just press on delete vertices. Okay. There we go. We are almost done. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be turning all of these into a whole separate object. So to do that, I'm going to select up all of them again, or use my circular selection brush tool to select up the parts. What I'm going to do is just select all of these areas. Only select up the top part, which I'm going to use by panning. There we go. Now we can see the top part whole has been selected. Now I'm going to press on P to separate the whole thing. Now when you press on P, this option will appear up and I want to use it as a selection. Now you can see the whole thing has turned into another object. So when it turns into another object, you will not see the other vertices. But you can also take the other vertices and take it over another one to, just merge them up together. Now what I'm going to do is just press on G and I'm going to do is take it on another angle. So I'm going to press on G on this one and I can take it up. Okay. So you can select on this part over here, which is this one, which is this over here, Q1. I'm going to press on G and I'm going to move it. So I'm going to press on object mode and you'll be able to, take it inside or outside wherever you want. You can use the Z to adjust it up. You can see this is how it will look like. And I'm going to press on escape right now so that I can see the whole view. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be going off the wireframe mode to see the whole thing. Okay, I'm going to press on 1 on my numpad to see how it works. Now, I'm going to put it inside of the house. So I'm going to press on G again. I'm going to take it, or press on Z, and I'm going to take it somewhere inside of this area. Just a bit, not too much, just a bit. Okay, then we're going to fix it up later on. So we have cube001. I'm going to name it to be the shed. Okay, I'm going to type in sheds. And now I'm going to be applying a bit of effect over here. Now to apply the effect or make it a bit thicker, if I go on to other modes, you can see that this is inside and the roof is actually still at the top. So what I'm going to do is going to be applying in a bit of extrude. So press on E on the specific one, go off to edit mode, select on the sheds, and press on this one. And you'll be able to apply the, let's say, effect over there. So first thing is that I'm going to go back to object mode and take it at the top so that I can merge all of those other things or other vertices up. And press on G and I'm going to take it up again. And here I'm going to go back to edit mode. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be merging these specific vertices up. So I'm going to press on that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to press on Control C to undo the process. You can see also the other ones which you'll be able to use. But first thing, what I'm going to do is going to be using only this specific one. So if I want to use this specific one and I'm going to merge these other shapes up, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting a specific loop. Let's say I selected the specific loop and I can also just press on double G and I'm going to take it over there. Use the same thing over here. I'm going to press on double or Alt and then select double G. Just take it over here and merge it up on the other one. So I'm going to press on this one, double G, and I'm going to take it off to the other one, Alt and select double G onto the other one. I'm going to select on this one too, double G, and merge it to the other one. Because we're not going to be needing these loop cuts anymore, so I'm going to do select that, double G, take it over here, select on this one, Alt, double G, Alt select, double G. There we go. So as all of them are done, now the last thing what we can do is the last one over here. We have it over here. I'm going to select on this, Alt select, double G. I'm going to do is just select on this Alt. I'm going to do is just zoom out a bit. Press on Z. The whole thing, select the whole thing. Double G. I'm going to select on this one. You can see this over here. Double G. There we go. It's almost merged. Okay, it's almost merged. So there we go. We have the effect over here. We can also see the sides. I'm going to do is just press on this G over here. And I'm going to do is just select on this part over here. Or press on S. I'm just going to do is just increase it just a bit so that it adds up to that one. And you can also fix it up however you want to. Let's say I'm going to select on this. What I'm going to do is just scale it just a bit more. There we go. So this has turned basically into a shape. So I'm going to do is just press on P. And I'm going to do is just press on selection. I'm going to press on, this is how it will look like. And now what I can do is also merge all of them up. So I'm going to select on this specific part, which is the shed. I'm going to select on this A. Only this one. Alt A. You can see it over here. This is how it will look like. I'm going to press on C to select up the parts, which I do not need. I'm going to select on this, Alt, to keep it out of the selection mode. You can see this is selected. I'm going to press on M to merge all of them together. And you can see you can apply a new collection. So I'm going to apply a new collection. Let's say I'm going to name it Shed this time. Hit on OK. And we have it on the shed. So I'm going to do is just select on A, and you'll be able to select up only this part if you want to. Select both of them up, and you can select it and also merge it however you want. So it just helps you to organize it up however you want to. Now I'm going to do is going to be apply a bit of extrude on it. If you want to apply a bit of extrude on it, you have to press on E on your keyboard. As the whole thing is merged up, I'm going to press on, let's say I'm going to do is just increase the whole size of this by selecting on A. Let's say I'm going to do is just remove out this part, vertices, remove these. I'm going to select on all of it and press on S to increase out the parts. So as this is increased up, I want the cube to be visible over here. Okay, so I'm going to do is just apply up the visible cube of the house. There you can see. And now from here, I'm going to select up the part, which is Control A and S to increase it just a bit. And then I'm going to do is just use the G to keep it somewhere over here. There we go. We're done with our shed. Now we can also get to the front part and adjust it. This is where I need it. There you go. It is increased on all sides. Now I'm going to do is apply an E to apply that, to make the thickness of the shed. So I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere up till here so that it looks a bit better. Okay. Now you can apply the same effect on all sides. You can check it if you want to. If you think that one side is too much, you can also decrease the size. I'm going to do is just select on A. I'm going to select on S, and I'm going to just reduce the size, and I'm going to press on G to adjust it. There we have the side view. I'm going to do is just select on G to move it and scale it a bit less, and G to adjust it back again to the center. We can also see it from the front part. This is how it looks like. From the side and also behind. Okay, so this is how it will look like. And now I'm going to do is just press on A and G to take it a bit at the top so that we don't see the inner surface of the house. Now I'm going to apply this chimney over here. So I'm going to do is just select on this one, which is going to be this cube over here. So this is the cube which I'm going to be using. So I'm going to select up the parts on the edit mode or on the object mode, whichever one I'm using. So you can select up this object over here and you can move it wherever you want. But if you want to use it as an individual cube, what you can do is just either remove one of it and then work on the rest. So I'm going to do is just remove this first. Click on edit mode. I'm going to do is just select all of these over here. There we go. As all of this has been selected, what I'm going to do is going to be turning this right click. I'm going to do is apply the subdivide so that there are more parts into it. I'll select all of these up. And now what I'm going to do is going to be holding on shift and select the other parts, right click, and I'm going to do is just make another part of it. I'm going to press on M. I'm going to merge them up. And then I'm going to do is going to be make a new collection out of it. So to make a new collection, I'm going to right click on it. And then what you can do is that you can delete the vertices if you want to. But if you want to make a new collection and then make yourself a new box or a new cube, you can do that too. So from here, if you want to make it more easier, you can just delete the vertices and apply it on a new collection. So to make a new collection, you're going to do is just apply a newer one over here, apply outliner or whichever one you want. Let's say over here, I'm going to press on Shift and A, and I'm going to do is just apply in another cube. So when I apply in another cube, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting up this part over here. Even on the object mode, I'm going to select that. So you can move it if you want to, but it will still show you that it is still on, let's say on the same collection. So first thing what you have to do is make yourself a new collection. Over here, you can make new collections. You can right click on it and you can just make a new collection. Just click on new collection and there we go. You can drag it into the newer collection over here. And you can also make new collection over here. And on the collection tree, which I'm going to drag out to be the newer one, I'm going to take it over here. And on the third collection, I'm going to apply in my cube. Press on here, cube, and there we go. On this cube over here, I'm going to use this cube, which is opened up to be in my third collection. So I'm going to take it over here, or even it works as a new plane. Okay, so you can increase up that part if you want to. You can also, when you delete it over here, you'll basically see the whole thing will be removed. So what you can do is just take this whole cube over here and drag it into the third collection. So all of them are on the third collection, which is just kind of works like, it's kind of like layers to use in, other software. So what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G, and I'm going to adjust it first. So I'm going to do is first off, keep it over here, scale it a bit, shorter. And I'm going to do is scale it on another angle. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be keeping this into over here. G, and there we go. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting that part again, or select up the whole thing. I'm going to press on Control Z to select up the whole parts, and I'm going to do scale it up on the Z axis. There we go. Now we have it. Now what I'm going to do is going to be applying. I'm going to do is just apply on G. I'm going to keep it on the center again. There we go. Looks a lot better, but we need the intersection over here. To make the intersection, what I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of effect, which you're going to follow up. Okay. Collection tree. Now I'm going to be showing you. I'm going to show you another feature which I can do over here is that first off, I'm going to go off over here and select the face. Now, you might think that obviously we need a hollow in the chimney, right? But if you remove the face, it will just look hollow, which was not realistic. But what you can do is press on Control Z to undo the process and press on I to apply the inset. So you can see I can apply the thickness inside of it. And what you can do is that you can go down and press on G and close this thickness like this. There we go. This is how it should look like. Okay, so this is how the inset feature works. And now we're almost done with applying effects and also making complete our house. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be showing you the last two things to complete this whole basic modeling is that I'm going to apply the base and also how you can make different one of these vertices into a shape. To make each and every one of these into a shape, what you can do, first I'm going to do is click on this collection 2 or this cube over here. Let's see which one it selects. I'm going to do is just press on G. I'm going to keep it, go off to object mode, press on G, keep it somewhere over here so that it is merged up. There we go. Looks a lot more better. Now, first thing what I'm going to do is go off to edit mode again. And here I'm going to apply in Shift A and apply a plane. So when you apply a plane, what will happen is that it will give you the base. So I'm going to do is just apply the base over here. And then what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on S and I'm going to increase the base. There we go. And I'm going to apply the extrude. So I'm going to do is apply the extrude over here so that we have a floor for our house. You can see this is the floor which we're working on. And you can also apply a cube and turn it into a floor too, which is going to be a bit more time consuming, but you can try that too. Shift A, put in a cube, and then you're going to do is going to be pressing on G. You're going to fix it up just like this. And then what you're going to do is just scale it up like this, only on the Z axis. And then on the X axis, first off, fix on the Z axis, and then scale it on the X axis or Y axis. It's just basically up to you how you want to work with it. There we go. And then you can put it under the house if you want to. But I try using the plane most of the time because it is just more easier for me to work with. And then the last thing what I'm going to show you is going to be how you're going to apply each and every one of these into a shape. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to use this pan mode to go down over here. And then I'm going to do is go off to edit mode and I'm going to select each and every one of these vertices. So first off, click on vertices. I'm going to select on them only. only the ones which make up the shape of the house. Select on these. There we go. So as we are basically done with this over here, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this plane first. I'm going to select on this plane or select on the face of the plane. And then you're going to do is just take it down. Okay, so you're going to increase the size of this. You have this cube over here and then our whole plane. Select on this object or select on the whole face. I'm going to do is click on extrude and I'm going to do is take it a bit down. Do select all of these over here, press on G and move it a bit up if you want to. There we go. And now you'll be able to change each and every one into a shape. So I'm going to click on this vertices option, click on them. There we go. We can see the bottom right now. And then what you're going to do is going to be pressing on P to make a selection. And then we go, it has turned into a shape. Now, if I press on E, I'll be able to apply the extrude over here. So I'm going to do select on this one too. There we go. Select on all of these parts. All these have been selected. And then you're going to do is just select on, okay, I'm going to do zoom in and select on P. Okay, I'm going to do is just go down over here. Okay, selection, and now it has turned into a shape. So what you can do is just select on E right now and make a bezel out of it. You can see that a lot of the parts has been, changed, but you can also undo the whole process if you want to and make changes to it. So first thing what you're going to do over here is that you can move it. You can see when you select this or you have this use the selection tool, you'll be able to move it wherever you want. And you can also apply in different type of effects. Another thing what you can do is that you're going to press on Shift and A on your keyboard, and then you can apply in a cube. When you apply in a cube, this is the thing which you can do is you can make the cube into the door intersection. To do that, what you're going to do is going to be selecting up this part, press on scale. You're going to do is just fix it up on the X axis. There we go. Now we're going to do is also scale it up from the top, A, and select all of these. Select of the parts. And they're going to do is going to scale it up on the Z axis again. There we go. And then you can move it inside here. You can also fix it up on the left side, which you can do is over here. Scale it on the Y axis. You can type in 0 if you want to, and there we go. This is what we want. And then I'm going to just press on G, and you can put it right where it is. I'm going to do is just keep it a bit over here on the Y axis, which we can move. Press on G. This is where we want it. And then we can also select each and every one of them and adjust it. So I'm going to press on this one, press on scale if you want to, or you can also move it if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do select on this specific one, scale it up. And you can also increase the size if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do select all of them. I'll just click on select face. You're going to do is press on G, and you're going to do is just increase it if you want to. You can press on scale, and there we go. It has increased. Now, as it has increased, you can see this is how it will look like. But when you right click on it, and you want to do is just right click, and you're going to do is just take it behind. So you're going to do is just right click again. Select up the thing, press on G, and you're going to do is move it inside. You can press on Control Z if you've done a mistake. What you can do is just take it back just like that, or you can just increase up the whole thing. There we go. And then you're going to do is just move it on the y-axis. And then you can apply an eye to make the hollow. You can see this. Press on eye to make the hollow inside. You can also keep it just the way it is, or you can make an intersect just by pressing on E, or make a bevel to make your own door. Okay. You can also go off to other options. You can see this is how it look like. I'm going to use this option over here, and I'm going to just select on these two specific vertices, and you can also drag it at the top. This is how it will look like when you take it above. You can also do the same thing over here. Select on only both of these and press it down. There we go. This is how it will look like when you are done selecting that. You can also press on S to decrease the size of this. You can also take it a bit above. There we go. This is how it will look. You can also fix it from the left side or the bottom. There we go. Fixed up. And now we have our basic door. You can also do the same thing on the windows and follow up the steps and complete the cycle. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on 3D, 3D modeling. There will be a lot of things, and it is kind of really complex. You can also get the rendered effect, and you can also apply the camera to check it out how it looks like. So hope you understood about the basic modeling in Blender. If you still have any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you up. And then you can press on Ctrl and S to save up the whole thing. So thank you for watching this video again, and let's move on to our next lesson of Blender. Welcome to our new lesson of Blender. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you about environment models. So without any further ado, let's open up Blender and show you how it is done. In my previous lesson, I've shown you about 3D modeling. Now in this lesson, I'm going to show you about how you can do some environment modeling and a couple of other steps and tools. So first thing, what I'm going to do over here is that I'm going to remove this box from this section. And now after I remove this box, what I'm going to do is going to be applying my own type of elements. So I'm going to remove all of them, and I'm going to start off with a plane. So I'm going to press on Shift and A, and make sure not to skip any part of this lesson, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle later on. So make sure not to, skip any part. So as I have it, so I'm going to click on plane, and there we go. We have our plane. And now I'm going to do is going to be increasing the size. So I'm going to increase the size up till this part. And now what I'm going to do is going to be making the width to be a bit more than the length. So I can also increase the length and move on to another angle, but I prefer it using our width, which is going to be on our x-axis. So to apply that scaling, I'm going to do is press on S, and then I'm going to press on X, and I'm going to increase this level over here. So this much is going to be quite perfect. If I go up to the top view by pressing on 7, this is how it will look like, and this is from the top. Okay, so I'm going to zoom out. And then I'm going to do is going to be applying couple of separations. So I'm going to press on Control R using the previous, tools. Okay, so make sure to go off to the edit mode and then go off to Control R. And you can see I'll be able to make this section. So I'm going to do is make sure to keep it sectioned R. There we go. I'm going to keep it on the center. So even though it is not perfectly, like this, what you can do is just select on that and select on this part, Shift, and then we can move it by pressing on G, and then move it wherever we want. So there we go. This is how it will look like when we select on this over here. Now what we're going to do is going to be selecting on the plane, or select on all of this, and I'm going to make some subdivides so that we can make couple more details. So if you need more details, you need more vertices. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to do is just right click on this, and then you have the subdivide option. So click on that, and we have a couple of these subdivide options. But this is not the ones which we need. We need more subdivides. So click on that as this is subdivided. And then what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on the left side of the panel. You can see on the left bottom, we have is the subdivide tool or the subdivide option. So click on that option over here, and then we're going to make more cuts. So more you click on that, the more details it's going to have. So you can also increase it. So let's say I'm going to use the slider over here, and we can make up to 10, 10 of these cuts on each and every of these sections to be 10. But maybe I want more. So I'm going to do is type in 30, hit on enter, and there we go. We have a lot of details. So I'm going to do is just type in 50 over here so that I'm going to make more details in each and every one of them. So as I have it, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting up any of the loop. So to select any of the loop, I'm going to press on Alt and I'm going to select any one of this. You can see this is how it will look like. Even if we select on this, you'll be able to select it from, side to side, left and right. So I'm going to do is just select left and right. And there we go. We have one. There we go. And now from here, what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G. Now, if I press on G, when you bring it up, this is how it will look like. You can see this is how sharp it is, but I don't want sharp. So what I'm going to do is going to be increasing or using my C key to actually make a couple of other changes. Now, how would you do that? Press on C and this is how it will look like. Then you're going to do select on this part or select on the part which you don't need. I'm going to do select out, press on Alt and select. And then I'm going to do is just drag it up just by using my proportional selection tool. To use your proportional selection tool, you have this option over here. You can select that or you can press on O. Press on O, and you're going to do is just select it, Alt, and press on G. And then you'll be able to drag out the parts and more area using your scroll key. So the more you bring it, the more elements it will drag along with it. So I'm going to press on escape, and I'm going to take something behind a bit more. So I'm going to select on this. There we go. I'm going to zoom out, and I'm going to do is press on O or keep it turned on, press on G, and then you'll be able to drag it up. Now you can see this is looking like, a slope. So I'm going to just increase it more or decrease it more, however you want. You can also increase it or decrease it however you want to. So I'm going to do is just use this option over here, and there we go. We have our perfect slope over here. If you want to customize it more, do the same method, press on Alt and select on any one of these parts, press on G, and then you're good to go. So I'm going to do is just select on this part again. Okay, there we go. I'm going to do is just select on this part, maybe like this, press on G, and I'm going to do is increase it a bit more. There we go. So as we have it, what I'm going to do is going to be making out couple of other parts and couple of different slopes, because not every one of this is going to be equal. So if you want to do that, select on any one of this, press on G, and then you're going to do is going to be reducing the size and press on Z to make something like this as a hollow. So I'm going to do select on that. Now I'm going to show you again is that select on any one of these vertices on G, and then you can also do it like this, but you can also press on Z to make a hollow. So if I don't want Z, so I'm going to do is just, drag it. So I'm going to press on Z again, and you'll be able to customize it however you want. Okay, there we go. I'm going to do select another part, press on G. I'm going to do is just move it, do select on this part, press on G. I'm going to do is drag it right over here. And I'm going to do the same thing over here, select on, do is just drag it up till here. And on this part, I'm going to do is increase it a bit more. There we go. I want more of this part to have something like this. You can see how different it looks right now. I'm going to do is just make this one to be a bit more bigger. There we go. And then the last one I'm going to do is just press on Z. And I'm going to do is just drag it all the way up. Okay. Now you can see this is looking like a slope or a mountain. You can also make a couple more slopes over here. Press on G and Z to make a hollow surface. There we go. This is how it will look like. How good it looks right now. Okay, so I'm going to do select on that, press on G. I'm going to do is just drag it a bit at the top. I'm going to do is just select on this G, Z. I'm going to do is make sure that the front part should have some, of this hollow too. And then I'm going to do select on this corner part G, and I'm going to do is just increase it. There we go. I'm going to do is just make a slope or this hollow over here. Now you can see how good it actually looks. I'm going to press on Z. There we go. This is how it will look like, G. Okay, so this is basically how you will be able to add in some environmental changes by using these options. So as we have this option over here, let me show you how you'll be able to copy some other parts and use something from your plane. So I'm going to press on G. I'm going to do is just move them on the Y-axis, take it a bit below or behind. There we go. This is how it will look like. If you zoom in, this is how it should look like. You can also change out different type of angles and methods to check it out how it basically looks like. You can also press on Control Z if you did a mistake. That's also up to you how you want to work with it. You can also select all of these parts, and then you can do is just zoom out, select all of them, or press on A, and then press on G and move it on the Y-axis. Okay, G, and then move it on the Y-axis to make it or like send it a bit behind. Now I'm going to do is press on Shift and A, and I'm going to make another plane. Now I'm going to show you a couple more other methods too. So I'm going to press on S, I'm going to increase it up. And now what I'm going to do is going to be adjusting it however I want. I'm going to use the vertices only and make yourself comfortable on the edit mode. So I'm going to select on both of these vertices. I'm going to just increase it on this angle, which is going to be only Y. So I'm going to increase it. There we go, until I hit on this X axis. I'm also going to be using this option over here, select on Shift, and then I'm going to do is press on S. I'm going to do is just turn off our proportional mode. And just hit on select, and I'm going to do is turn it off. Select on both of these vertices. Press on G, and I'm going to do is just increase the size on the Y axis. This is how it is. And now you can also apply in your bezel mode, are so known as the extrude mode on this one. So I'm going to do select on both of these parts, select on it. And what I'm going to do is going to be turning on extrude. So you can also increase it if you want to. Let's say I'm going to do is just get myself on the top view first, press on escape, 7, select on these ones, extrude. What I'm going to do is going to be first off, select on both of these. There we go. Extrude. And then you're going to do is just drag it down over here. Okay, that's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So you can select them again. There we go, selected. And you can see the extrude has been applied, but this is now going on the top. But you don't want it on the top. What we want is going to be at the bottom. So you can also take all of these elements over here and take it below. You can press on G and then move it below. Okay, so it's basically up to you how you want to work with it, or you can press on rotate and you can rotate it up. Okay, now if I want to press it on the Y-axis, I can also move it on the Y-axis. If I want to press it on the Z-axis, I'm going to do is just use it on the Z-axis. You can do that. You can also move it on the X-axis however you want. So make your own type of, this option over here, or, the embezzle, or, which is called the extrude. So I'm going to do is just press on Control X if you don't want it. You can also remove all of the parts if you want to. Another thing is that you can also make curves out of it. If you want to make curves out of it, it is also very simple to do it. If you want to make those curves, just make sure to follow out these steps, which is going to be very simple for you. Another thing is that what you're going to do is going to be first off adjusting the way it looks like. To adjust it, first off, we're not going to be applying any of those extrudes. First off, what we're going to do is going to be selecting this section or make a cut over here. What I'm going to do is just make this cut over here. And then I'm going to do is going to be selecting the face. So I'm going to select this face over here. I'm going to do is make a copy. And then we can move it wherever we want. I'm going to do is use it on the Z axis. And then I'm going to do is on the Y or the X axis. There we go. We can make a couple of copies of this. And I'm going to do is just use it to scale it up on the X axis more. There we go. This is how it should look like. And we can also use it to press on G. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing on the Z axis to increase it up a bit more. There we go. This is how it should look like. And we can also merge both of them. I'm going to do is just select on this part I'm going to do is take it over here. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G again and use the Z axis to take it a bit at the bottom. There we go. This is how it should look like. You can also make copies of this one if you want to. You can also apply more changes to it however you want. Now from here, what I'm going to do is going to be going off to my top view over here. And now I'm going to zoom in a bit more. And I'm going to make a copy or a cut over here. Let's say I'm going to do is just make a cut over here. There we go. And now we have two of these, right? So I'm going to do select on these vertices. So I'm going to select on both of these. Okay, so I'm going to select on both of these. And now I'm going to do is just apply a bit of extrude. You can also apply that extrude, press on E, and you'll be able to drag it out. Now you can see this is how it works. But another thing which you can do, which is interesting, is that you can make a couple of curves. If you want to make curves, press on Control. And whenever you are dragging it, press on Control, and you'll be able to make those, extrudes to be curved. So I'm going to press on Control Z to make the change. Select on both of these, press on Extrude. And if you press on Control, you'll be able to make a couple of these copies. Okay, so I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control Z again. Try E, Control to make, these corners over here. You can make these copies if you want to. You can also flip them however you want. It just depends on how you want to work with it. So there we go. We have one. Press on Control. We're going to have two. Select on them. Extrude. You can bring that up. You can press on Control to keep copying over and over again. Okay, so I'm going to use this, and then you can keep on continuing the same process, but just by pressing on extrude the edges. You can also apply extrude the edges and copy the same method. You can see this is how it works. Press on Control and you'll be able to, make corners however you want. Okay, so this is how simple it is. And if you want to move it on different axes, you can also do that. I want it on my x-axis, so I can also drag it on my x-axis of this specific extrude. Okay, so this is how it should look like. However you want to make changes to it. You can also cut them part off if you want to. And you can also fix out those extrudes however you want. Let's say I'm going to do is just select on this, and you can make a couple of copies and also corner them up. If you want to apply any rotations to it, you can also do that. Let's say I'm going to do is show it to you again over here. Select on these extrudes. What we can do is just go off to 7 so that we can get the top view. And when we press on E, if we click on that and we press on R, you will be able to rotate up your extrudes on Blender. So let's say I'm going to just apply that. If I press on, and if you are using the right click, so you can just click on preferences, you can go off to the input over here, or you can go off the key mapping, click on this right option. And then let's say I'm going to do is just select on these buttons. And if we press on extrude, we can also increase it. And now you can see that we don't see the, each and every one of these being applied. But what happens is that when you are using extrude, you can take it out. When you press on Control, you'll be able to move it out just like a snake. Okay, so this is how simple it is. Well, it doesn't work on, when you're using the left mouse key as your selection. But what you have to basically do to get this, your selection is that you have to press on Shift. Okay, so try doing that if you want to. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Just make yourself more comfortable with the whole, interface. Now, after we are basically done, now what I'm going to do is going to be, applying a bit of modification to it. Now, the last thing which I'm going to show you is going to be applying thickness and also how you can smoothen out each and every of these corners. So you can see that we already have this. So I'm going to do is just select on this part, which I'm not going to be needing. So I'm going to do is just delete the vertices over here. I'm also going to be removing the vertices over here. Let's say remove the vertices. I'm going to get onto the top view, go off to 7. There we go. Select over here, press on Control. There we go. Press on Control Z if you are, if it's not working, but it's totally fine whenever you are doing it. So select on the parts, extrude again. And there we go. I'm going to do is going to press on that, extrude. That's okay. So basically this is almost done. What I'm going to do next is I'm just going to change it back into my left mouse key. And now What I'm going to do is going to be applying the thickness on this and fix it up. You can also select on specific vertices over here, press on G, and you can fix it up on the X or the Y axis. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. But make sure to select a couple of other parts too. I'm going to do is just change this 3D cursor over here, select on the other parts, and then I'm going to do is just press on G, and you can customize it however you want. Okay. So first things first is that I'm going to select up all of these parts over here. Select on A, there we go. And now I'm going to do is going to be applying a modifier, which is going to make it a bit more thicker. So first off, go off the modifier over here, click on modify, and here you will find out on the generate over here is solidify. Click on that, and when you apply that solidify, when you zoom in, you'll basically see that it has given us a bit of that thickness. You can change up the thickness just by using this option over here. You can also keep it on the top or maybe on the bottom. It's basically up to you. So this is what I basically want. Okay, so as this is what I want, and now the last thing what I'm going to do is going to be making it a bit more smoother. Okay, so what I'm going to do is going to be making it smoother by applying another modifier. So for that, we have to apply in a subdivision surface. So there's a shortcut key for it, but if you don't want to use the shortcut key, you can just click on add modifier, go up to generate, and there we go, subdivision surface. So you can click on that, and now you can see that our surface is a lot smoother. But you can also use the shortcut key. Just press on Control Z if you want to. What I'm going to do is going to be removing this subdivision over here, and then press on any number over here to apply what type of subdivision surface you want. And after you apply the subdivision, you can also cut it off if you want to. Let's say this is how it looks like, but we can apply this Control 2, 3, 4, whichever one you want to apply that. But if you don't want to, go off the modifier, generate and apply the subdivision, and this is how smooth it will look like. You can also put in a couple of numbers to make it a bit more smoother. And now you have to apply in loop cuts to make it a bit more smoother step by step. Now, how would you do that? So to do that, I'm going to show you about the steps. So make sure you don't have to worry about it. Press on A, and then I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control R. Okay, so there we go. I'm going to do is first off apply it maybe over here first. Let's just show it to you. What I'm going to do is just take it over here, and when you drag it, you can see how smooth it is getting. Control R again to make it smoother on this surface. There we go. Control R again, smoothen out. And you can also do the same thing over here. Control R to smoothen out this one. You can use whichever part you want to smoothen it out. Press on that. Control R. So that you can also make a couple of changes over here. What I'm going to do is just apply this effect over here so that you can apply that effect, which will make it a lot more better. There we go. I'm going to apply Control R again so that we can change this over here. Control R again so that we can change it over here. There we go. And yet you can see how smooth it will become even after you apply those effects. So I'm going to do the same thing over here. Control R. I'm going to do is going to be selecting this. I'm going to do is just press on Control R again. Just find out the surface which you need to use. And I'm going to do is press on Control R. There we go. Control R. There we go. I'm going to move on to the top. Control R. I'm going to do is find out this part over here, which is going to make it smoother. Control R to make the surface over here. There we go. You can also apply different effects over here. Let's say I'm going to do select out this part. I'm going to do is press on Control R. Select on this, Control R again. There we go. Now you can see how smooth it has become. And this is one of the mostly used tool or modifier in Blender because this just basically helps you out with fixing it out however you want to. And when you go off the object, you can see how smooth it has become even on the surface. If you want to make your surface a lot more smoother, you can also fix it up with the render levels. You can see this is how it will look like. The more you increase it, the more changes it will have. Let's say I'm going to do is take it to 5 or maybe 3. It's basically up to you, whichever one you are using. And that is how smoother it's going to get. Okay. So the more the number is, the higher the smoothness will be. Okay. So this is basically how you'll be able to apply these effects and also how you'll be able to edit your environments. And the last thing which I want to show you is that you can also duplicate a couple of things. Let me just apply it. Let's say I'm going to do is just make a plane. I'm going to just make a square or a cube. I'm going to do is just shift it out on the y-axis. So I'm going to type in 6, 3, or just decrease it if you want to. Press on S. Undo the process on the y-axis and now on the z-axis. First I'm going to do is just keep it on the y-axis, scale it on this axis, z. There we go. Scale it on the x-axis. Hold on to shift so that you can move it like slower. Let's say we have this over here. Okay, so I'm going to do is just move it a bit at the top. Now, if you did something like this, or you made something like this, you're going to do is just make a couple of effects, right? I'm going to do is press on X. There we go. Now, if I want to make something like a cone, I'm going to press on Shift and A. I'm going to do is just make a whole cone over here. I'm also going to reduce the size of this. I'm going to press on G. What I'm going to do is just first off, keep it this way, G on the Z axis, and take it at the top. So we have it over here. Now we can also merge these two together. What I'm going to do is just select on this plane and remove it. And what I can do is just press on Control and G to group them together or merge them together as a new collection, okay? And then what you can basically do is select both of them and press on Shift and D so that you can move out the same copies and keep it on the same axis or move it on the same axis. Let's say I did this, Shift, Y-axis, move it, Control D, Y-axis, move it. But another thing is that when you are using this like specific one over and over again, you have to edit it over and over again. So this just helps you to save a lot of time by, not editing and copying the same thing over and over again. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. And if you still have any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. Okay. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Blender. Welcome to class 6 of Blender. In this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make fences and apply bevels on your elements or subject in Blender. Now, one thing you have to do is make sure not to skip any part, and I'm going to be using a lot of tools which I've shown you in my previous lessons, and I'm going step by step and slow so that you don't forget or you don't miss out on anything. But make sure not to skip any part, because if you do so, you might miss out on a lot of things and you might face a couple of hassle later on. So without any further ado, let's just hop onto our lesson by opening up Blender on our device. As you can see that I have already opened up Blender, and the thing what I'm going to do is going to be removing each and every one of these particles. So as I'm going to be making my fences, I'm going to be needing a plane on my workspace or this specific area. So first thing what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Shift and A, and I'm going to apply myself a plane, which I'm going to increase it up just like this. Okay, this much is like totally perfect. Another thing what I'm going to be doing most of the time is going to be using my number pad key. Okay, so you can try using that. But if you are or if your keyboard doesn't have a number pad, you don't have to worry. You can also turn on emulate it or emulate your number pad. But another thing is that you won't be able to change the modes while using the number pad or the top number keys. Okay. So first thing what I have to do over here is that I already have this option or this plane over here. Now I'm going to turn this plane to be a bit more smoother. So I'm going to apply my modifier. If you've seen my previous lessons, you already know how to make it better. So you can also apply subdivision surface. You can also apply that and you can change it to however it looks like. You can change it to make it, square. I'm going to make it square. I'm going to do is just keep the render to be something like this. Or you can click on that, press on Control 2, or Control however you want to. So I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere around 0. This will look a lot more better. Okay, but I'm going to do is going to be applying another modifier to make it a bit thicker. Okay, so there we go. We have it to be a bit thicker. And then from here, you'll be able to customize it on your, let's say, subdivision. Okay, so subdivision, you can also apply that. That's basically up to you how you want to work with it. You can also apply the thickness, fix it up. You can also fix the offset of this. You can see the offset over here, even the thickness on each size, and only keep it rimmed. Okay, so you can also apply the vertex group if you want to. You can fix up the materials, edge data, and everything. So as I have the specific layer, I'm going to start applying my fence, which is going to be in a circular way. Let's press on 7, and that is where we're going to start from. So I want the top view first, and I'm going to start applying my fences. So I'm going to click on my Shift and A again, and then I'm going to start on pressing on this cube and press on G, and I'm going to press on Z to increase it up on this angle. Okay, so I'm going to do zoom in so that we see the box. And now what I'm going to do is going to be going off to my edit mode on the specific box. And I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size. I'm going to select on this. I'm going to press on this Y axis, reduce it up. There we go. I'm going to press on this G again. I'm going to press on Y or press on S. Just fix it up. There we go. I'm going to do select on this again. Press on S, press on X. I'm going to do is reduce up the size. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be like zooming in a bit more. You can also press period on your keyboard to increase the size of this. Press on S to reduce the size of the Z axis. There we go. Press on it again. X axis. I'm going to just fix it up. There we go. This is the exact type of fence which I need. Or you can also increase or decrease up the size if you want to. So I'm going to do is going to be reducing the thickness a bit more. So press on S, press on X. There we go. This is the exact size which I need. So this kind of looks like a plank now. So what I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit more effect on it. So first off, I'm going to do is going to be using this face over here. Move on to this face select. And here I'm going to do is apply my edges. Okay, so I want the top part to be a bit sharp. So I'm going to do is just apply a bit of this over here. I'm going to apply a bit of extrude. And I'm going to do is keep it over there. And I'm going to select this face again. I'm going to press on S. And I'm going to make it a bit sharper. Okay, so I'm going to do is just take it a bit above. I'm not going to make it super pointy, so I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere or like this. So you can see this is how it looks like. So as I'm on my face select, I'm going to take out the bottom part, not the bottom. I'm going to take the back part of this. I'm going to make a copy. So I'm going to press on Shift and D. And there we go. I'm going to take it a bit back so you can try on X axis. There we go. And this is the one which I'm going to be working with. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing on S, and on the Z axis, I'm going to reduce the size so that I can apply the back part of this plank. So there we go. We have it. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G, and I'm going to move it inside over here so that it mixes up or adds up to that surface over here. Select on that G. I'm going to do is take it a bit to the left side. There we go. Looking a lot better. I'm going to take G again. There we go. Okay. And now I'm going to do is going to be applying or select on this face again. I'm going to do is apply this. I'm going to do is take or make it a bit more thicker. Press on Control Z. I'm going to just keep it somewhere around over here. What I'm going to do is take this over here, press on Extrude. I'm going to do is increase the thickness just a bit. Okay. Now, as I have it, I'm going to do select up this object over here, select on this whole area or select up the whole part. There we go. And I'm going to do is just press on G. I'm going to do is move it on the X axis. There we go. And I can see there is a bit of this, this is how it will look like sometimes. So I'm going to press on Control G over here. I'm going to do select on these parts too, to select up all the parts, or you can press on Alt and select so that all of them are selected at the same time. Or you can press on Shift and B and then select up the whole part. Okay. Or press on Control B to select up the whole part and, make a corner if you want to. So I'm going to select up the whole parts over here, Shift and select the other parts. There we go. This is how it will look like. There we go. I'm going to pan over to this side. There we go. All of them has been selected. There we go. This is how it will look like. I'm going to zoom out, press on G, and then move it on the X-axis. So this is how it might look like. I'm going to press on G and move it back on the X-axis just a bit. You can see this is how it looks like. So I'm going to take it until it adds up to that specific area. Or you can also separate it up if you want to. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. I'm going to do is just keep it somewhere around over here. So there we go. We have it. Now what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this part over here so that we get a distinction or a distance of other fences. So I'm going to select on this part. What I'm going to do is just select on the face over here. Select up that part. And I'm going to do is going to be applying myself a bit more of the edges. Okay, so I'm going to do is press on extrude. I'm going to do is increase it up just a bit until the part which I need it to be. So this is the part which I need it to be, and this is the distance which I'm making from one fence to another. So as I have it, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to apply a bit of circle or maybe a square in the middle so that it looks a bit better. So I'm going to use my 3D cursor to keep it in the center over here. There we go. I'm going to keep it somewhere around over here. And I'm going to do is press on Shift and A. And on the circle or maybe UV sphere, find out the one which you want to use. So let's say I'm going to do is use plane. Now instead of that, I'm going to do is rotate it on Z. You can rotate it like this, or you can also rotate it in this way. I'm going to press on 90. There we go. This is what I want. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting up that face again and press on S, and I'm going to do is reduce the size. There we go. There we have it. And now what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on I to make myself that effect. There we go. I'm going to put in H to apply a hollow. This is how it will look like. You can see this is how it looks like. So I'm going to do is just apply that. Press on G, move it on the X-axis to put it a bit bigger, or maybe a bit, let's say I'm going to do is press on that, select on only this, press on G. I'm going to do is just to move it a bit on the Y-axis or maybe on the X-axis a bit so that it moves in and out a bit. There we go. This is how I want it to look like. And we are almost done with it. Okay. You can also fill it up with hollow if you want to. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. Okay. So you can also fill it up if you have like certain spaces. So as we are done with it, I'm going to select up the whole thing, this whole part of these, elements. The whole thing has been selected. Press on Shift to select the front part too. There we go. This is how it will look like. Shift to select the other parts. Shift to select this, and Shift to select this one too. Now what I'm going to do is going to be either you can press on Shift and D to make a copy of this on different axes. You can keep it like this. This is how it will look like. I'm going to press on Z. I'm going to press on period on my keyboard. And then I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Shift and D. And then I'm going to move it on my Y axis. There we go. This is how it will look like when I have it totally aligned. You can also make a couple of other copies. I'm going to press on G, press on Y axis, and you can move it whenever you want. And press it on the Y. There we go. Select up the parts which you want to make a copy of. You can press on Control Z. There we go. I'm going to press on Control or Shift and D to make a copy and keep it on the next part. There we go. Okay. So this is basically how you'll be able to make copies of it. But there is also a modifier which you can use to, copy up the whole thing. So I'm going to do is remove all of these, delete. I'm going to select on this vertices over here, delete vertices, vertices over here, select up vertices, delete. I'm going to do is just delete out these ones. Okay, you can also press on Control Z to undo all of the process at the same time. There we go. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be going off to my modifier and click on Add Modifier. Now, on Add Modifier, you will find out a specific tool called the Aligner. Okay, you can also see it in a different way or in, let's say, different name, which is also called the array, which you'll find out on Generate. So when you click on Array, you'll be making a couple of copies of it. So what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on G, and I'm going to do is going to be moving it on a different angle. So what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on that specific part, and I'm going to move it on the x-axis. I'm going to move it a bit more on the x-axis. I'm going to move it a bit more on the y-axis. Find out the exact part which you need to align it to. There we go. And this is how it should actually look like. Or you can also select on this part. You can select on this and you can take it a bit back. So I'm going to do is going to be moving on to my edit mode over here, keep it over here. And you're going to do is just align it perfectly. So you can also select up only this part over here. You can select up the vertices over here and then adjust it. So I'm going to select on this, shift select on this, and then I'm going to select on this part, which everything is needed. There we go. Make sure to hold on the shift most of the time. There we go. That's how it should look like. Press on G, and then you can move it on whichever angle you want. And you can also fix out where it looks like and how it looks like. Press on 7, press on 1 and 3. There we go. You'll be able to move it on all angle you want to. You can also pan it if you want. So I'm going to do is just pan it just a bit. There we go. I'm going to see it from the back. I'm going to do is fix it up a bit. I'm going to fix this one over here. There we go. We're almost there. And then what we can do is that we can fix in the count. Can copy the same thing over and over again, how many you want. Let's say you have selected all of these. And now what you can do is just press on A or select on all of them, or you can go off the object select mode and we can make the same thing, or we can make a duplicate of it so we can turn it around. So you can press on Shift and D. I'm going to do is just rotate it on the Z axis. Okay, you can see on the Z axis, I'm going to press on rotate on the Z axis, or press on 90 so that we get a 90 degrees. Hit on enter, and then we can move it wherever we want to. Okay, so I'm going to do is just press on G again. I'm going to move it a bit on the X axis or Y axis. There we go. G again, Y axis. I'm going to move it a bit on the X axis. G again, Y axis. And fix it up if you want to. But this should be on this side. So I'm going to do is just press on the G and Y axis again. I'm going to keep it over here. Okay. So I'm going to press on period on my keyboard and press on 7 so that we get the top view. I'm going to pan it a bit on the left side. There we go. I'm going to press on G. And this is where I want it to be. Okay, so you can also fix it up however you want to. So I'm going to press on G again. There we go. So we are almost done over here. Now what I can do is that we can fix up the other parts. Let's say I'm going to do is just make a whole square out of it. So I'm going to do select up this part, Shift and D. We can also rotate up the whole thing. I'm going to like deselect this part. I'm going to select on only this, Shift and D, rotate it on the Z axis. And there we go. Press on 90 degrees, hit on enter, press on G and move it up on this axis now. So I'm going to press on X, Z, there we go. G again to move it on the x-axis. There we go. So this is how it will look like. You can zoom in and fix it up however you want to. Press on G and X. There we go. You can see how good it looks like. Now, the last thing which you can do is fix out this part after you're done with the square. Now, the thing which you can do over here is that only fix up that specific part. So what you can do is select up this, click on edit mode, and you can select only on this part which you want to select. Okay, so first off, you have to go off to only single select of it. So what we're going to do is going to be pressing this one over here. There we go. Now I'm going to go off to my edit mode. I'm going to select on this part, which is going to be selected, or you can go back to object mode. This is the one which I want to select. I'm going to press on Shift and D again. And then what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control Z to undo the process. Control Shift. I'm going to make a copy of this. G to move it on the Y axis. So the last one should be over here. There we go. And what we're going to do is going to be selecting up this part, and I'm going to just keep it on 1 so that we only have one of it, which is the editable one. Okay. So I'm going to do is also going to be fixing it up. Press on G on this and press on X to keep it a bit on the left over here and Y to be on this part. There we go. I'm going to press on G on the X. There we go. This is how it will look like. Let's get the top view. This is how it should look like. And now I'm going to do is going to be editing only this part. What I'm going to do is going to be going off to my edit mode. I'm going to select up this part over here. I'm going to delete up the vertices. So there we go. It has been removed. And this is how it should look like as a fence. Now we want to apply bevel. Okay. So if you want to do that, first thing what you can do is we can make up a couple of blocks. So I'm going to do is just select on each and every one of them. You can take it up and save it up as an object over here. Select up all of these. You can take it up. You can select on them, Shift, select. You can also take all of them up over here, back if you want to, but that's totally up to you how you want to work with it. Okay. So first thing what I'm going to do is going to be using my Shift and keep it over here. And I'm going to apply myself a box or a cube. Shift and A, go off the mesh, go off the cube. There we go. Press on G and Z to take it up a bit at the top. And I'm going to press on S and press on Z to increase up the length. Okay, there we go. Press on G. I'm going to press on that. So I'm going to do is only select up this part. G to take it up on the Z axis. There we go. And I'm going to do is press on S and press on Z to decrease up the size just a bit. Press on G and Z. Now take it and keep it on the surface. Okay. Now I'm going to apply a bit of effects over here. First thing I'm going to do is zoom out. You can also pan it if you want to. You can also change it on different angles if you want to. Okay. So this is like basically up to you how you want to work with it. I'm going to do is just zoom in. There we go. Now I'm going to do is going to be going off to edit mode, and I'm going to do is select this face over here. You can do is just press on Control Z, go off the face select. Over here, I'm going to do is apply in a bit of that hollow. There we go. Press on G and Z to drag it all the way down. And I'm going to do is going to be applying myself a couple of effects. I'm going to do select on this part. Do is just take it on G, press it on Z, and take it all the way down if you want to. And you can also take it up if you want to. You can also apply a bit of, let's say, effects over here. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So first things first is that I'm going to go off to this option over here, select on these parts. Here we go. I'm going to press on G and press on Z so that I can take up the hollow. And I'm going to select on these parts. I'm going to do is select only on these parts. I'm going to do is apply in this option over here so that we can apply this effect. Press on Z so that we can take it up or down wherever you want to apply the extrude. Okay. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. So I'm going to keep it somewhere like this. Okay. And now I'm going to do is going to be applying in a couple of more cubes over here. Let's go off the cube There we go. I'm going to scale it a bit down. This is what I want. So I'm going to do is going to be moving on to my selection key, or move on to the face, or move off the object mode. You can see this is the object which I want. So this is the only object which I'm going to select. You can select up this part over here. What I'm going to do is going to be removing up. You can apply shade smoother if you want to, but I'm going to do is just undo the process just a bit so that I can remove the cube. And then I'm going to do is going to be undo a couple of these processes. I'm going to press on S again, shape it up, and press on G so that I can move it a bit outwards. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be pan it a bit to the left. And I'm also going to move it and pan it. Press on S. And on the Y-axis, I'm going to reduce the size. And on the Z-axis, I'm also going to be reducing the size. S, Z. There we go. And I'm going to do is going to be just pressing on period on my number pad key. There we go. Now I'm going to do is going to be applying a bit of smoothness. So you can right click on it and you can apply smoothing it up. Okay, you can apply this extrude verticals, you can apply all of them. But what you can do is you can go off the wireframe mode first. And then what you're going to do is going to be applying yourself a modifier. Or you can press on Control B so that you can apply a bit of bevel to it. You can see how it is changing. You can use your scroll key to apply more details on the corner. So you can apply that if you want to. Let's say I'm going to select on this, and this is how it should look like on solid mode or even render mode. This is how it looks like, and this is how it looks like on this over here. Okay, so now you know how you will be able to apply in bevels. Then you can press on G, and I'm going to move it back on the Y-axis. I'm going to move it a bit over on the X-axis. I'm going to make a couple of copies, Shift and D. Move it a bit on the X-axis. There we go. This is how it should look like. Now what you can do is that you can select up certain parts of it. So let's say I'm going to select on this one. I'm going to press on G and move it on the X-axis to reduce the size. There we go. This is how you'll be able to move it. Press on G, X, and this is how it will look like. We can also make a couple of other copies. Let's say I'm going to make a copy, Shift and D. I'm not this one. I'm going to select up the whole thing. This whole option over here, or this whole box. We'll be able to select it if you want to. I'm going to select on solid mode. There we go. This is how it should look like. I'm going to take up this whole part. I'll press on Control B to select up this whole area. You can select up that specific area if you want to. You can see there are a couple of these options over here. Plane 1, Selection 1 over here. I'm going to select up these parts too. There we go. This is how it should look like. There we go. Remove these areas. I'm going to select on these. So I'm going to select back again. There we go. Selected. I'm going to press on period on my keyboard. This is how it should work. There we go. Deselected. And now I'm going to do is going to be making another copy of this. Shift and D. Take it out over here. And what we can do is going to be rotating it on the Z-axis. Or press on 90. This is how it should look like. And I'm going to do is keep it right over here. And I'm going to move it a bit on the X-axis. So I'm going to do is just press on G, press on X, and I'm going to take it a bit over here. There we go. I'm going to press on G again, move it on the Y-axis. There we go. Press on G again, press or move it on the Z-axis. Keep it aligned. And then what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Shift and D, and I'm going to do is just make a copy over here so that I can select it whenever I want. So I'm press on Shift and D again. I'm going to take it right over here on the X-axis. press on X or move it a bit on this angle. I'm going to press on G again, move it a bit on the X axis. Over here, I'm going to press on G again, move it a bit on the X axis, GX. This is how it should look like. And we're almost done with this part. What I'm going to do is going to be only selecting up this part over here, or this part over here like this. And I'm going to do is just increase up the size G and take it a bit on the Y axis. I want a longer one, so I'm going to take it or pull it all the way over there. Select on all of these over here. I'm going to remove out the parts which I do not need. And I'm going to press on G. And then I'm going to move it a bit on the X or Y axis over here. And a bit on the Z axis, G and Z axis, so I can take it a bit at the bottom. Okay, now when you go off the render mode, this is how it should actually look like. Okay, so this is how you'll be able to apply the brick effects, and then you're going to do is just keep copying the same thing. This one, Shift and D, I'm going to take it a bit over here. On this part, there we go. Press on G, I'm going to move it a bit on the Z axis. And you can also make copies of this over and over again. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. And then the last thing what you can do is that you can select up the whole thing and make a copy and drag it down over and over again. So this is basically how you'll be able to make fences and also work with bezels or bevels. And you can also apply the modifier if you want to. If you want to apply modifier instead of pressing on Control B, you can just click on modifier. You can go off to generate and you'll find out this bevel option. Generate bevel. And from here, you'll be able to fix out, you can see this over here, this one, and you can also fix in the segments if you want to. So if you want to see a newer one, what you can do is just apply. What I'm going to do is go back to this mode over here. I'm going to do is turn it off. There we go. This is how it should look like without the wireframe. So I'm going to do is going to be applying another box over here. I'm going to go off to our object mode, and this is how it should look like. You can see how it looks like really good. Now I'm going to do is going to be making another box. I'm going to make another box over here. I'm going to use the pan to take it over here. I'm going to press on Shift and A and apply a cube. Press on G and Z to take it up. And I'm going to apply the modifier so that you can see how it works on the modifier. So I'm going to click on bevel, and you'll be able to fix out the amount. You can fix out the segments if you want to. You can make it as smooth as you want. You can also fix out the angles, the weights, and everything, and also fix out the profile with the shape. Okay? So hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to apply fences or make fences and also apply bevels just by using Blender. So without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson, and thank you for watching this video up till the very end. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. Okay? So let's move on to our next lesson of Blender. Welcome back to our lesson of Blender. Just like I said, now in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can make clouds. Okay, so try not to skip any part, because if you do, you might miss out on a couple of things. And I'm going to be using a couple of methods and techniques and a couple of shortcut keys and tools, which I've also used in my previous lesson. If you did not see any of those, just make sure to, apply, or make sure to check out those videos again, and obviously make sure not to skip any part of those too. So you might not face any hassle later on, and couple of these lessons which I'm going to show you over and over again just by using couple of the same tools and methods and techniques. So as we're already on Blender, now in this lesson, I'm going to be showing you about how you can create clouds. So obviously, if you want to create a cloud, you need to have some basic knowledge about a couple of the tools such as modifier, then how you can apply the shapes, how you can customize it, and all of those. So the first thing what you have to do is that make sure that your cursor or your 3D cursor is in the place where you need it to be. Then press on Shift and A. Now from here, we're not going to be using this mesh over here, but instead we're going to use this meta ball. Now, why I'm not going to be using this circle and all of those? Because the circle is going to be a flat surface, but the meta ball is going to be a whole ball. Okay, so click on that meta ball and you can use whichever one you want. So from here, I'm going to be selecting the ball over here, which you can see over here. This is the one. I'm going to press on period, and this is how it should look like. So I'm going to press on S, and I'm going to do scale it up to the size, whichever one I want. Now I'm going to be making couple of, the clouds, which I'm going to be showing it to you. And I'm going to follow up couple of simple steps, which you are also going to follow up if you want to make it a lot more easier. Now, the first thing what I'm going to do is going to be placing it in the surface where I need it to be. So I'm going to take it on my top level. I'm going to press on G and Z and take it all the way up. There we go. Now you can see this is how it looks like. I'm going to press on Control Z. I'm going to press on G, Z, take it all the way up. There we go, because the cloud needs to be on the top. Now, as we have our circle over here, now what I'm going to do is going to be pressing or making a duplicate out of it. So press on Shift and this, Shift and D. There we go. Now, one thing you will see is that both of them are connected just like clay. Okay, so you can squish them up if you want to. You can also take it to the part where you want it to be. You can also drag it all the way out and also, mix it up if you want to. Now, as I'm going to be taking it outside, what I'm going to be showing it to you is that you can see the surface of this. And I can see on the surface, it is going to be very rigid. Okay, you can see the surface has a couple of rough and flat parts, but we are going to make it a lot more smoother. To make it smoother, we also have a couple of steps which we're going to follow over here, which is going to be over here, which is called, like, you will basically see that when you select on it, you will basically find at the meta ball over here. Now, if you go off the modifier, you'll be able to apply different type of modifiers, but it's basically very easy when you go off directly into data, and it will analyze the part or the subject which is in it. And now on the resolution view, you'll be able to scale it up till 0.5, or you can increase it if you want more rigid surfaces. You can see this is how it looks like. But if I take it all the way down 0.5, or let's say I'm going to type in 0.1, hit on enter, and this is the exact shape I want. Or if you want it smoother, it's also up to you how you're going to work with it. You can also drag it all the way down to 0.05, and it will have zero surfaces or zero, let's say, the roughness. So I'm going to do is keep it over here, and you can also mix it all up if you want to. Now, after you mix it all up, you can also fix in the render. Let's say I'm going to do is fix in the render to be somewhere around 0.25 or 0. Okay, I'm going to do is just 0.1, 0.1. There we go. This is the render which I want. And now the thing what you're going to do is going to be keeping it or adjusting it wherever you want it to be. So I'm going to do is follow up a couple of steps. I'm going to do is just select on any specific parts. You can see press on G, and this is how it moves. I'm going to press on Shift and D. I'm going to do is take another one over here. There we go. Press on Shift and D. I'm going to be taking it out a bit on the left side. And then I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Shift and D. Take it a bit on this side, Shift and D, a bit on this side. And now you can also apply a different type of metadata or the data over here. So I'm going to press on Shift and A. On the meta ball, I will find capsule. So if I press on capsule, you'll basically see that that is where it is. So I'm going to do is just drag it over here. And I'm going to do is going to be scaling it all the way up. Okay, you can also increase or decrease it however you want. You can also press on escape if you don't want to. You can press on G, and that is where it is. So I'm going to scale it a bit bigger, just like this. And I'm going to do is going to be rotating it on the Z axis. There we go. I'm going to press on 7 so that I can get the top view. This is the part which I want. So I'm going to do is just select on this specific part, which I'm going to be rotating. So there we go. We have this M ball over here. You can also select each and every one of them. So I'm going to do is just press on G. I'm going to do is just move it up to this part. There we go. This is where I want it to be. I'm going to do is just press on G and on a bit of Y. There we go. This is how it should look like. I'm going to press on S, and on the Y axis, I'm going to do is just increase or decrease it. So it's just a cloud. You can customize it however you want. Let's I'm going to do select on this, Shift and D. I do is make a bit more structure over here, Shift and D. There we go. I'm going to do is move it a bit on the y-axis. Okay, I'm going to do is just scale it up a bit more. There we go. I'm going to select on this part over here, Shift and D. There we go. This is how it should look like. I can see this is now turned out to be something like a cloud. So I'm going to do is just make it a bit more thicker or fatter over here. Press on Shift and D. I'm going to keep it over here, Shift and D. Take a bit over here, Shift and D. And there we go. Now we are getting to our shape, Shift and D, to be somewhere around over here. And on this part, I'm going to do is going to be selecting on that, or maybe even this one, or this one, Shift and D, Shift and D, scale it. If you want to make it bigger, there we go, Shift and D. There we go. We have somewhat like a cloud. So as we have one of the particles, I'm going to select all of them up and you can merge them together if you want to. You can also press on Control I to add in an intersect over here. There we go, all of them together. You can also select all of them and merge. You can see you can like put in a new collection. And you can also follow up the same steps to make more of these specific, clouds. So I'm going to make a couple more of them. So I'm going to do is going to be pressing on my 3D cursor and I'm going to place it right over there. Press on Shift and A. I'm going to go on over to meta ball, click on ball. I'm going to do is going to be selecting on that. There we go. I'm going to do is just select on this one instead of that. And press on the period on my keyboard. And I'm going to do is just put in 0.1. Or maybe I'm going to do is just reduce it a bit more so that I get the specific shape. And even though if it's not working, what you can do is change it up the way it actually should look like. So you can also reduce the size of this, increase or decrease. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. What I'm going to do is just scale it up a bit more so that we get it to be a bit more smoother. See, this is how it works. I'm going to do is going to be making a couple of copies of the same thing. What do is just press on Control D or Shift and D. There we go. Shift and D. Shift and D. Shift and D to copy of the same steps over and over again. This one should be over here. I'm going to make it a bit larger. Shift and D. Sit a bit. Select on the part which you need to select at the end. There we go. And scale it a bit more lower. There we go. These are the one, Shift and D over here. Select or keep it over here. Scale it a bit smaller or bigger, whichever angle or whichever viewing angle you want. Shift and D. Keep it. Scale it. Shift and D. There we go. Shift and D over here. Scale it a bit slower. There we go. Find out the parts which is actually the one which you need to select. S to scale it a bit lower. A couple of the parts need a couple of details on it, so you can try them out if you want to. There we go. We can apply those effects over here, something like this. There we go. S. There we go. This is how it should look like. Now we can also apply more effects over here. This is the part which I want to fix it up. There we go. I'm going to select up the first part over here. This one or maybe this one. There we go. I'm going to just press on Shift and D. Keep it on this angle. Shift and D to make another copy of this. There we go. We have two clouds now, which will look something like this. You can also increase the size if you want to increase the size. Increase it. There we go. This is how it should look like. What I'm going to do is going to be selecting up this part over here. Press on period on your keyboard. I can get back to which angle it was. So zoom in, check it out how it works. Just going to be selecting on the specific part. G to move it out. Move it a bit back on the y-axis, x-axis. There we go. G, x-axis. G, y-axis. Again, G on the x-axis, or keep it somewhere over here. Y-axis to be a bit in the front. G. There we go. G on the z-axis, and take it all the way up. Now I'm going to do is going to be scaling it up a bit less. Use your pen. Reduce the size. This is where I want it to be. G to move it a bit somewhere around over here. There we go. Done with this part, or G to move it a bit in the center. Keep it over here, G and the y-axis a bit, so that it moves a bit on the inner side. There we go. This is how it should look like. There we go. We have two of the clouds, and I'm going to apply just the last one. And I'm going to do is going to be using or making it a bit smaller. Press on 3D cursor, apply where you want your cube or your ball to be. Shift and A, meta ball. Press on that ball. There we go. Scale it up a bit more. Just increase up the size. This is where I want it to be. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Now, as this is the last one, another thing which I'm going to show you is going to be different type of viewing or the view mode. Now, if you press on /, you'll be able to see the local view. And if you press on your, front slash or / again, this is how it will look like. So you don't have to worry if anything, goes missing. You just have to press on / and it will get back again. Okay, so you can try using that. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control and D. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on that, Shift and D. There we go. I'm going to make a copy of this one over here, right beside it, so that it looks a bit better. And what you can do is also customize it on whichever angle you want it to be. So there we go. We have another of this. Press on Shift and D to make another copy and paste it to the part where you want it to be. Okay, I'm going to do is just keep it right over there. I'm going to go off to my modifier over here. I'm going to do is reduce it to 0.5 and 0.1, or keep it as lowest as possible to make it a lot more smoother, or keep it a lot more smoother. Shift and D to make another copy and paste it on the part where you need it to be. Okay, so after you are done following these steps, you will basically find out or make another cloud shape which you want to make over here on Blender. So follow up these steps. This is going to be very simple for you. You just have to press on Shift and D. And also if you want to get into different viewing modes, press on this. If you want wireframe, you can also turn on wireframe if you want to. You can see this is how it will look like on wireframing mode. You can also turn it off. And when you go back to the other editings or the other, elements or subjects, you can see it like this. You can turn it off all the time and also go back to different modes. And you can also go off the render mode and check it how it looks like. Okay, so hope you understood about everything from the beginning to the end. But if you still have any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you out. But one thing you have to make sure is that you're connected with the internet and also not skipping any part of the lesson. So thank you for watching this video again, and without any further ado, let's move on to our next lesson of Blender. Welcome back to our another lesson of Blender. In this part of the lesson, I'm going to be showing you how you can model up a tree just by using Blender and a couple of tools. If you've seen my previous lessons, you already know how you can model up a lot of things. So I'm going to be using those methods too, and a couple of new ones which I'm going to show you in this lesson. So make sure not to skip any part, and I'm going to show it to you step by step so that you don't fall into hassle later on. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be removing the parts which I already have on my default workspace. Okay. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be applying myself a plane. So go off the mesh and apply yourself up a plane. So as I have myself a plane, what I'm going to do is going to be squishing all of it up. I'm going to press on S. I'm going to press on 0, and it has been squished up. Now you won't be able to see it, but if I press on A, it will be selected, and I'm going to go off to the front view over here. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing on extrude so that I can increase this over here and so that I can use it. So I'm going to click on that, zoom in to that part where I exactly have that, let's say the element of that plane. So I'm going to also going to be rotating it. Let's say I'm going to rotate it to be on the top part. So I'm going to first off scale it a bit bigger. There we go. Select up the plane. Increase it a bit more so that we can actually see it, or maybe a bit on the 90 degrees. It's basically up to you how you want to work with it. But if you want to remove it, you can also remove it whenever you want and apply yourself a new vertices. So first thing you're going to do is going to be going off to plane. There we go. We have our plane, and I want it to be only one vertices, and the rest of the vertices should turn into one just by merging them together. So first thing what we have to do is that select up the area or the part, and they're going to go off the edit mode. You can just press on tab. You can go off the edit mode, and then what we're going to do is going to be scaling up to 0. So I'm going to type in 0, and this is what we want. So type in 0, hit on enter. Now there are basically 4 vertices over here. So what we're going to do is going to be merging it by distance. Okay, so merge them all by distance, and now it will turn into one vertices. And you can see over here removed 3 vertices, so we have only one of the vertices over here. So next thing what we're going to do is going to be knowing how we can invert our select. So you can invert your select if you want to, but first thing what we're going to do is going to be using extrude so that we can increase up the vertices over here. Okay, so now you can see we have this vertices over here. Now let's say I have another element. I'm going to press on Shift and A if I have this cube over here. So what if I want to remove this cube from this area? So you can press on Control Z. I'm going to do is just press on Control Z, put my cursor over here, press on Shift A, and cube. So I'm going to show you 2 of the methods of how you'll be able to hide the objects or deselect the objects. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be boxing selected up, select the part which you want to use, and then what you can do is just press on Control and I, and the other parts are it's going to invert the select. Okay, so the other parts which are in your workspace is going to be selected. Now what you can do is just press on H so that you can hide those areas, and you can press on Control and H to unhide those areas, or Alt H to unhide those areas again. But as I'm not gonna be needing them, so I'm gonna do is just remove out this cube over here, and also the extra vertices over here, which I'm not going to be needing. So I'm going to remove out these particles or remove out these vertices, and this is where I want to start. So I'm going to select on this area. I'm going to use my extrude to increase the size of the specific tree. There we go. I'm going to get onto my front view, press on E. There we go. There we go. I'm going to select on the other part, extrude it from that angle too. There we go. Extrude. Extrude from here. And this is the last part which I'm going to be doing. There we go. Now what we can do is that we can use the box select to select up the parts, and we can move all of them G and Z axis. I'm going to increase it up just a bit. And now I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Z so that we have, not selected one of the vertices. So I'm going to press on G and Z to increase up the parts. I'm going to select on this area, G, Z to increase up the part over here. G and Z to increase up the parts over here. And I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control R so that I can apply another vertices in the middle. So I'm going to do select on this, press on G to move it a bit higher, G and Z to move it a bit higher. Do the same thing, G and Z to move it a bit higher. So we have our structure. We can also customize it whichever one we want. Let's say I want it this way. I'm going to do is move it this way. Select and move it this way. G, move it this way. There we go. G, G over here. There we go. I can also apply more if I want to. Press on extrude, and you can increase it up till the part which you want it to be. There we go. I'm going to select up these parts. G, I'm going to move it on this area so that we have a bit of space. So as we have our structure, now the thing what we're going to do is going to go off to my top view, and I'm going to do is fix up a couple of the parts, and I'm going to rotate it in such a way so that it actually looks like a tree. So I'm going to select up these parts. I'm going to rotate it on the Z axis a bit, maybe on the right side. There we go. This is how it should look like. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting up these parts. Rotate it, Z axis. There we go. This is what I want it to look like. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting up these parts, G, and I'm going to do is going to be pressing or moving it a bit more on my Z axis. I'm going to press on G. There we go. And this is how it should look like. So as we are basically done with the parts of the tree, now we have to make it a bit more thicker, because obviously we don't need something to be this thin, right? Now, so for this reason, we have to apply a bit of modifier on the specific, let's say tree figure. So to do that, what we're going to do is go off to our modifier, and then I'm going to do is first off select all, go off the modifier. Over here are maybe the plane, and then click on add the modifier. Now on add modifier, we're going to do is apply ourselves a skin. Okay, so click on the skin option over here. And when you apply the skin, this is how it should look like, but yet it does not look like a tree. So to make it look like a tree, what we have to do is press on A. All of them should be selected. And then you're going to do is going to be scaling it up just by pressing on Control and A and scale it up to the part which you want it to be like. So I'm going to do is keep it somewhere around over here, something like this. This is what I want. But obviously you can see that there are a couple of parts which needs a lot of change too. So I'm going to press or select on A again, Control A. I'm going to do is select it up till this part, and then I'm going to do is increase up certain parts of this figure. So first things first is I'm going to go off to our edit mode again. Click on edit mode. I'm going to select up certain vertices. I'm going to go off to wireframing. And there are a couple of parts which needs to change. I'm going to press on G over here and keep it somewhere around over here. There we go. Select up this part, extrude it up to this one. I'm going to select up this area over here. I'm going to do is going to be keeping it something like this, or you can press on Control Z to undo the process. Okay, this is exactly what I'm going to be using. Okay, and you can also apply more. Let's say if I want something over here, something like this is what I want. So this is how it should look like. And I'm going to do is going to be extruding it. So I'm going to go off to the front view, extruding it a bit again on this side. Okay, so as I have this over here, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting up certain parts and I'm going to fix it up. So let's say up till this to this, I want it to be a bit more thicker because obviously not all the parts should be thin. So I'm going to do is going to be selecting up couple of parts, select up couple of parts. There we go. Okay, now this one. There we go. Up till this one, I want it to look a bit thicker. So I'm going to press on Control A and make him a bit thicker over here on this angle. I'm going to do select on the bottom part, Control A, make them a bit more thicker at the bottom. And this is how it should look like. I can also rotate it on the Z axis. There we go. This is how it should look like. And now I'm going to do is going to be making the parts or the top parts to be a bit thinner. So I'm going to do is box select them. I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control and A. I'm going to do is reduce up the size. There we go. Select up these areas. Select up this part. I'm going to do is remove that. Select up these areas. I'm going to do is press on Control and A. I'm going to do is reduce the size to make them a bit more thinner. And then I'm going to do is going to be reduce these ones to a bit more. Press on Control and A, a bit thinner, okay? There we go. This is how it should look like. Do select on this, Control A, to be a bit thinner. Now, as I have them to be a bit thinner, we have to make the surface smooth now. So to make the surface smooth, I'm going to do is press on Select or A, and then I'm going to do is going to be adding myself the modifier. So you can go off over here, add yourself the modifier on Generate. You'll find out it on Generates, which is going to be Subdivision Surface, or you can press on A and Control 2 so that you can apply the smooth surfaces. Okay, you can increase it. And whenever you increase it, it will just get smoother. So you can press on Control 3, 1, 2, whatever you want. So what I'm going to do over here is going to go off the modifier and click on Subdivision Surface. And on the subdivision, you will be able to fix out and make it as smooth as you want it to look. Okay. You can also go back to wireframing all the time. Let's say I'm going to go off the wireframing. I'm going to select up this area, select up this part, go off the edit mode, Control A. I'm going to do is reduce the size. Select on this one, Control A, increase it just a bit. Select on this area, Control A, reduce it. There we go. And this is how it should look like. Okay. So as we are done with this, you can also go off the different modes and check it out how it looks like. So I'm going to do is just keep it just the way it is. I can also go back to wireframe all the time. Press on Control A and increase it just a bit more. Okay. I'm going to select all of these and select this to increase it just a bit more. There we go. This is what I want. So as I have it, now what I'm going to do is going to be applying myself, let's say, the bushy part, which is going to be a bit confusing and a bit more complex than this part. Okay, so first things first is that you are going to apply yourself up a sphere. So I'm going to do is apply my 3D cursor over at this top. There we go. And I'm going to press on Shift and A, and I'm going to go off over here and apply yourself up a UV sphere if you want to. So click on that UV sphere. You can apply that if you want to. Click on that. Or you can also go off the data and apply yourself a circle or a meta ball. Okay, it's basically up to you, whichever one you want to use. But whenever you apply a UV sphere, what you will see is that you'll be able to customize it the way you want it to be like, which is going to be very simple to use. So I'm going to just use this. There we go. We have this UV sphere. And you can also try it with the cube or the circle too. I'm going to press on Control Z so that I can remove that. I'm going to select up that area. And then I'm going to apply myself up a circle which I used to make my clouds. So I'm going to go off to my object mode and I'm going to press on Shift and A. And then from here, I'm going to do is apply myself a meta ball. There we go. And on the meta ball, what we can do is that we're going to select on the meta ball, press on G, move it. And then I'm going to do is going to fixing this up. First off, I'm going to do is going to be going off to edit mode. And this is how it should look like. Okay. So you'll be able to customize it if you want to when you go off to this angle, and you'll be able to fix out different type of vertices over here. Now you might see that on this ball you might not find vertices over here. So what you can do is apply whichever type of surface you need to use. Okay, so I'm going to do is going to be using my UV sphere for this lesson, and you can also try using this meta ball if you want to, but that's going to be up to you, whichever one you want to use. So I'm going to press on Shift and A. There we go. Shift and A, go off the mesh, UV sphere, and this is how it should look like. So when you've selected this part, what you can do over here is that go off to edit mode over here. First off, select on that, go off to edit mode. You can see that. And now from here, you're going to go off to edit mode over here. Okay. So on our edit mode, you will be able to select up certain vertices when you go off the vertices over here. Now, what you can do over here is that I'm going to do is press on the select the sphere, press on period, so that we can see the angle over here. Now, what you're going to do is going to be using the proportional editing, and then select up any vertices and press on G and increase it up so that you can move it in all angles. So I'm going to just increase it just a bit more, and this is the angle which I want. So I'm going to just keep it up till this one. This is how it should look like. And this is the angle which I want. So you can also customize it however you want to. You can select on the sphere, select on this, and then press on A. There we go. All of them has been selected instead of the tree. Now what I'm going to do is going to be copying this up, Control Shift. What I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Control Z, Shift and D. I'm going to do is make another copy right over here. And then I'm going to do is going to be rotating it on the Z-axis. I'm going to do is reduce the size first. First off, I'm going to do is turn off the proportional editing. Press on R. The Z-axis, I'm going to do is rotate it. There we go. Now this is how it should look like. Then I'm going to do is going to be turning on proportional editing again. I'm going to press on period on my keyboard. There we go. This is how it should look like. Select up any specific vertices over here. Press on O, and that will be selected. Press on G. There we go. I'm going to just reduce the size of this. I'm going to press on Z to apply that effect if you want to. Do is going to be pressing on that. You'll be able to fix it up, whichever angle you want. Press on G. Reduce the size. Press on G. This is how it should look like. There we go. And do select on this area, G. There we go. Reduce the size a bit first. There we go. Now we have the part on this one. Now the last one I'm going to do is going to select on this area, press on A. Only select on the specific area which you want to use. Shift and select of the box areas again. All of them will be selected. There we go. I'm going to press on Shift and D again. And there we go. We have the last one. I'm going to press on the X-axis. There we go. And I'm going to press on G and Z again and drop it a bit down. I'm going to press on Shift and D, take it all the way over here. I'm going to press on G and Y to bring it a bit over here. And I'm going to do is going to be rotating it. This is the angle which I want. Press on R. Press on R and Y. R and Z. press on G to move it a bit back. I'm going to just press it on the y-axis. Z. I'm press on G and Z to rotate it a bit more. And then what I'm going to do is going to be turning on proportional editing. Select on any of the parts, and I'm going to do is going to be reducing the size of this whole area. There we go. There we go. Doesn't look that bad. Select up on this area, G, fix it up. There we go. Doesn't look that bad. And here we go. We have made ourselves, let's say, looks quite good over here. I'm going to go off to object mode, and this is how they should look like. And you can also smoothen up the surface, right click on it and shade smooth. And there we go. We have made ourselves a tree. And you can follow up the same steps to apply more and more of these bushes and also make your own type of trees. So I've already shown you a very simple method of how you'll be able to create a tree or model up a tree in Blender. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end. If you still have any question, feel free to ask me, but make sure not to skip any part of the lesson, because if you do, you might miss out on a couple of things and later on you might face a bit of problem. So without any further ado, let's move on to our last lesson of Blender.
Welcome to class project 1. The name of the class project is how to render an image in Blender. I have attached in a description and also an outcome. Image rendering in Blender is the process of creating 2D images or animations from 3D scenes. It's done using rendering engines like Cycles, Eevee, or external ones. Cycles offers realistic results through path tracing. Eevee is for real-time previews, and external engines like LuxGo Render expand options. You set up your scenes with models, materials, lightings, and camera settings, then initiate rendering to produce the final output. So let's move on to our steps. Step 1. Open up the file which you want to render in Blender. In step 2, choose the rendering engine in the Rendering tab. Step 3 is going to be choosing the render sample. In step 4, select or go to the camera view in Blender by pressing O on your number pad or to the toggle button and turn on camera view. In step 5, press F12 to move the render preview or select render images under the render tab and wait. In step 6, choose Save As in the Image tab and fix the location. So what is the outcome of knowing how to render an image in Blender? By learning how to render images in Blender, let's create stunning visuals and animation, from realistic scenes to stylized artwork. It's essential for various fields like animation, game development, and architecture, opening up avenues for creativity and expression. So without any further ado, let's move on with our first step of knowing how to render an image in Blender. As you can see that I have opened up the file which I want to use. So as I have this file opened up, or which is also as our default workspace, I'm going to be using this. If you've saved up a couple of models, you can also apply it or try rendering an image just by using Blender. So first thing what I have to do is that there are going to be a couple of up. So what the first thing you have to do is that fix up your area which you want to use, and then press on O on your keyboard to check out. First thing, or this first step which we did, is opening it up. You can scale it up just to Z to scale it just a bit up like this. And then I'm going to go off to the Render tab. On the Render tab, I'm going to be selecting up the one which I want to use. You can use EV, Workbench, or Cycles. It depends up to you. If you've seen my whole course, you already know or already have a bit of idea about EV and Cycles. So I'm going to click on Cycles, and after I click on Cycles, I'm going to move on to my rendering or viewport shading. It will help me to see how the rendered image is. So click on that. You'll be able to go off to the render display or render preview. So as we have our render, now I'm going to fix in the samples. So how will I be able to fix in the samples? You can see on the noise threshold, I'm going to increase it all the way up. So as I increase it all the way up, the higher the number of sample is, the better it's going to look like without any noise. So you can also increase it a bit more up if you want to. There we go. Looks a lot more better. You can also use EV if you want to, but that depends up to whichever one you want. So you can also increase the render like this, and this is how it should look like on EV. But as I'm not going to be using EV, so I'm going to use cycles. So as I already have my number samples, I'm going to go down and also fix out the number samples just by following the steps. And now I'm going to go off to my camera view. So you can go off of the camera view just by clicking on this, or you can also press 0 on your number pad to check out how it looks like on your camera. You can also click on this, and this is how it should look like on your rendered view. Okay? So as I have it on my rendered view, the next step what you're going to do is going to be pressing on F12 on your keyboard, and this is how it should look like. Okay? From here on this image tab, you'll basically find out save as. First off, you have to wait for a bit until it has rendered up everything. You can see it is rendering up. After it will be totally done, you'll be able to save it up as an image according to your need and your end result. So wait until it is done. It will take a bit of time, and then you can click on image, and you will basically see the save as option has, filled up and is not grayed out anymore. Click on that save as, and this type of pop-up tab will open up on your screen. Now from here, find out the area or find out the location. If you don't, or if you still don't understand, I'm going to show it to you in the second time with another element, so you don't have to worry. Go off the Blender. This is where I want to save it. So I'm going to do is going to be saving it as rendered image. Hit on click or save as image, and then after a bit it will render up the image and save it on your workspace. Now I can press on escape to get out of this view. So I'm going to show it to you just by pressing on O again, and I'm going to remove this element and show it to you with another element. So press on Shift and A, click on mesh. Let's say maybe I want going to be pressing on G. I'm going to move it all the way up, and then I'm going to press on rotate. There we go. I need to see this on this angle. Press on G again, Z, and hold it just a bit up. You can press on 0 to like I'm going to increase it up just a bit more. On this noise threshold, I'm also going to increase it up, and then I'm going to press on F12. There we go. You can see this is still how it looks like, or this is still the preview, which is going to be the previous element. So I'm going to press on F12 now, and you can see this is how it should look like. It will take a bit of time to render up the whole image, and after it has rendered up the whole image, we're going to save it as an image too. So you can see this is processing, so I'm going to wait for a bit. Now you can see that it is done. So I'm going to go off the image tab, click on save as, and then I'm going to do is going to press on monkey head rendered image. Okay? And then you're going to do is going to be increasing it if you want to. You can see it is saved as PNG. You can also save it as JPG if you want to. So I'm going to click on save as, and I'm going to wait for a bit until it has been saved up. Okay? And then what you can do is close this tab off or window off, and then you're good to go. And now you know how you'll be able to save up images on Render, okay? Or on Blender just by rendering them up. Another thing you can is that I have my resource file opened up, and this is where I saved up my images or the rendered photos. So these are the two ones which I've rendered. So I'm going to click on this monkey head rendered image, and you can see that this is how this image looks like, and this is pretty good and decent. And the next one, rendered image, this is the cube which we've rendered right now. So what you're going to do is that you have two of these rendered images or objects which you've rendered just by using Blender. What you're going to do is upload these two files into our project panel so that we can see how you're progressing with work. So make sure to keep that thing in mind, or you can also click a screenshot of your rendered photos and upload it on our project panel. So thank you for watching this video up till the very end, and make sure not to skip any part. If you still have any question or any confusion about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me anytime. I'm always there to help you. So without any further ado, let's move on to our class project 2, where we are going to learn about how we can apply colors to our object just by using Blender. Welcome to class project 2. The name of the class project is how to change object color in Blender. Let's move on with our description. Changing color in Blender means altering the color of objects, materials, textures, or lights in a 3D scene. It's done to create visual effects, specific artistic styles. You can adjust color properties manually or through scripting, giving you control over the appearance of your creations. Let's move on to our first step. Open up the file which you want to change the color or change the object in Blender, or you can start with the default workspace. In step 2, select the object which you want to color and open up the Material tab. In step 3, select the Add button and open up the surface category. In step 4, click on base color and change it to the color you want for your object. In step 5, then move to the render preview. And the last step, which is step 6, is you'll be able to see the change, and you can change the color from that specific mode too. So what is the outcome? Learning to change object color in Blender enhances your ability to customize your 3D scenes, create visually appealing renders, and add depth to animation. Any further ado, let's move on with our class project with step 1 and open up Blender on your device. As you can see that I have opened up Blender, and this is the default workspace which I'm going to be using for this specific lesson. So I'm going to be using EV for this lesson because it will be a bit more optimized if I use EV instead of cycles. So I'm going to click on render, make sure this is at its highest or even a lot higher like this. Now the first thing what we have to do is that we have to select the object. Now, as I have selected the object, what I can do is go off of the preview mode or the render mode. So as I have it on my render mode, I'm going to do is going to be scaling it all the way up. Okay, so this is just an addition. And I'm going to do is going to be grabbing it, moving it a bit on this angle. Just press on G, Y-axis. This is where I want it to be. Okay. So what I'm going to do the next is going to be going off to my Material tab. Select on this and then go off. You can see it over here. We have all of these options. So at the bottom, you will find this Material tab. Now, when I open up Material tab, you'll basically see that this is how it should look like on the surface. Okay. Now, if it shows you that add up a new material then click on Add New Material. But if it doesn't show up, you'll basically find another button. For that reason, I'm going to do is going to be removing this cube, press on Shift and A. I'm going to apply myself a new cube just like this. So if you have yourself your own element or any new element on your workspace, this is how this interface or this tab will look like. So from here, click on New, and this is how it should look like, just like I've shown you a while ago. Now you can see a couple of these options over here. So following up the step, you will find out base color option over here, which applies the effect on your element or changes the color of the subject in your workspace. So from here, click on this base color, and then you will find out this option. Now there are a couple type of adjustments which you can do. So from here, what you can see, we have RGB, HSV, or even hex code. You can try out whichever one you want. So as this is just our class project, I'm going to show you an addition is that if you have or if you do not have a color palette or if you want to use any specific color, what you can do is go off to coolors.com and then hit on enter. Make sure you're connected with the internet. This is just an addition. You don't have to follow it up if you don't want to. But if you want to get more color palettes, you can also get it from that specific website and also use it on your workspace. You can see it over here, coolors.co. It's not com, it's just coolors.co. Now from here, you'll be able to get whichever hex code you want to use. Okay, so first thing you're going to do is going to be removing these. Okay, I'm going to accept all cookies, cut this off. And from here, you will find out a lot of color palettes. You can make your own palette or explore. So if you want to explore, click on this option over here, click on the button of that screen, and this is how it should look like. From here, you can select any color palette. I'm going to do is going to be selecting this one. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go off to Blender, and you can click on base color, go off to hex code, and you can type in that code over here and press on enter. And you can see only you'll be able to see it on the render mode. If you are on the solid mode, or even if you are on this mode, or even if you are on wireframe, you will not be able to see the change. You have to move on to the render preview, and this is how it should look like. You can also press on O on your keyboard to move on to your camera effect, and this is how it will look like. Okay, you can also change the color using different type of color palettes. If you want to use RGB, you can move on this space or this color space over here. Let's say maybe I want this color, and you can also fix out the darkness and the brightness. You can also fix in the reds, fix in the green, fix in the blue, and also even the alpha. Okay, and after you're done, you're basically good to go, and then you can render it up whenever you want. Okay, but if you want to change it on the HSV, select on it or press on this base color again, HSV, select the color which you want to use, fix in the hue of that specific color, fix in the saturation, fix in the value. You can also fix in the alpha if you want to. I'm going to show it to you again so you don't have to worry. And then what you can do is press on F12 so that you go off directly into the render mode. Okay, so you can also go and click on render image. It will take a bit of time to render up the image, so wait for a bit, okay, until it shows up on your screen. As you can see from the screen right now, is that we have our rendered image, and you can see this is also fully loaded. Now you can save it up if you want to. And this element will have a specific color. Now I'm going to show you an addition to this. So first what I'm going to do is going to move out of my camera view, press on Control and R. And from here, you're going to first off move off to edit mode, Control and R. And from here, I'm going to make a change over here. You're going to go off to object mode. And from here, I'm going to go off to edit mode first. Click on the faces. These are the faces which I want to change. Let's say this part. There we go. We can select specific spaces and we can go off the base color and change up only that specific area if you want to. First off, you have to separate that up. Press on P to separate. Click on selection. There we go. And then we'll be able to change the base color of the specific element. So this is how it should look like. And then what we can do is that we can move on to the next part of this cube. You can see this is the one which I'm, selecting. So we can also select up the parts which you don't need to. I'm going to press on double A to deselect. From here, I'm going to select up these parts. As you can see, I'm going to go off to the object mode. So these are just additions. You can see it over here. I'm going to select this element, go off to edit mode. And from here, I'm going to select up this part, which I want. Select up these areas. There we go. So we have selected this area. And now I'm going to do is going to be selecting it to be a bit different. And I'm going to change the color of this basic element. Okay, so this is how you'll be able to change the element color on even both sides. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this, and you can also drag it out of them if you want to. You can also press on P. You can also select it by material. From here, you will be able to make new areas if you want to. Okay, so hope you understood about everything in this lesson and everything in this class project. If you still have any confusion or any question about any part of the lesson, feel free to ask me. I'm always there to help you out. And then you can also go off to rendering mode and render it up as an image so that you can share it whenever you want. So thank you for watching up the whole course up till from the end or up till from the beginning to the end. So on the whole thing, just make sure not to skip any part. And on the class projects, what you're going to do is that you are going to make this. We're going to change the color, take a render or make yourself or render yourself an image from Blender and upload that file into our project panel so that we can see how you're progressing with work. So hope to see you guys in my next